Good evening, everyone, and I want to call to order our Lucan Biddulph Council meeting for Tuesday, October the 6th. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? So before we get started, I want to take this opportunity to welcome Councillor Regan's Senior Society Challenge and Change class. They are joining us as viewers this evening as part of a discussion that has been ongoing in this class, and then a subsequent assignment that the teacher has given them. And it's a great meeting for them to be watching because we've got a little bit of everything. And we all hope that the students finish the evening with a little bit more of an understanding how municipal government works and how our decisions and the things that we as councillors and municipal staff are responsible for directly affect them. So welcome, and we hope you enjoy the next few hours. Since 1992, the Government of Canada, under the Status of Women umbrella, has recognized October as Women's History Month. And the theme this year is #BecauseOfYou. The theme is to encourage celebrating women and girls in Canada who have made and continue to make a lasting impact on our country. I would encourage you to visit the Status of Women Canada website to learn more. There you will find a gallery featuring Canadian women of impact and a timeline of women in Canadian history. We are so fortunate to have this history of women in leadership and mentoring positions for, in some cases, hundreds of years. It is not lost on me the role that I play as a female municipal leader. In Middlesex County, the council table there is as close to parity as it can get. At the county level, and more importantly tonight, in Lucan Biddulph, we have strong women in highly visible senior positions. I am extremely proud of the environment of inclusion and acceptance here in Lucan Biddulph. Outside our doors, our community is fortunate to have women who are not afraid to do better for our community. During the month of October, please think of our community and our female leaders who make Lucan Biddulph a better place because of the roles that they all take on. Okay, we're going to begin tonight with a planning session. I don't think we had planning last meeting, but we're making up for it tonight. So what we need to do is I need a motion to adjourn our regular meeting in order to conduct a public meeting under the Planning Act. If I can get a second, Councillor Westman and Councillor Regan. All opposed? And that's carried. So in front of us is a application that we actually discussed, I think it was back in July, with regards to 280 Main Street. It's a bit of an updated application. And with that, I will turn it over and welcome our planner, Dan Fitzgerald, to take us through the application and his report tonight.
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor, and to all members of council. As noted, we're here tonight to bring back a proposal for a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for a property that's located at 280 Main Street. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Can everyone see that? Okay. As council may recall, the township hosted a public meeting for this proposal on June 25th. Which at that time was requesting a 4 to 6 story development, which encompassed 114 residential units, as well as commercial units facing Main Street. A number of presentations were made by the public who by and large expressed concerns over the proposed height as well as density for the development. In response, the applicant and the agent have revised the proposal to what we are going to see here tonight. As such, the purpose of tonight's public meeting is to again provide council with information in advance of providing a recommendation for consideration. So with that said, the subject property is a 2.18 hectare parcel of land, which is situated on the west end of Lucan, on the north side of Main Street or Highway 4. More specifically, the site as shown here is directly west of the township office and library. Existing land uses surrounding the property include a commercial building to the west, vacant land to the north, the township office and library to the east, and agricultural and commercial uses to the south. The subject lands do contain two separate parcels as shown here on the location map. As noted in the planning report, the applicant's revised proposal is seeking a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, as well as a site-specific or a special policy area official plan amendment for the purpose of constructing two 4-story buildings in two separate phases. Phase 1 consists of a 4-story residential building with approximately 54 residential dwelling units, and encompasses the lands shown here, which are situated towards the north or rear of the site on this site plan. Future Phase 2 consists of a mixed-use 4-story building containing a total of 36 residential dwelling units and 150 meters squared medical office slash clinic use fronting onto Main Street. The applicant is proposing a total of 141 at-grade parking stalls. As noted, the rear portion of the lands is designated residential in the township official plan, and the front portion of the site is designated highway commercial, which does not currently support residential uses. As such, the developer is proposing to seek to establish a special policy area in the township official plan to permit the residential uses in the highway commercial designation as shown here. Additionally, as also shown here, the developer is seeking to establish a single site-specific consolidated highway commercial exception zone from the two existing site-specific highway commercial exception zones that exist today, which is the C25 and the C26. The proposed zoning would permit the establishment of the following uses across the entire property: an apartment building, and a clinic, multiple unit dwellings, nursing homes, office, general and professional, townhouse dwellings, as well as all other uses that are currently permitted in the C2 zone, which I would note are primarily automotive-centric uses. Additionally, the developer is seeking the following relaxations from the bylaw for the following standards. To permit a maximum height of 14.6 meters, whereas 10 meters is the current requirement. To permit a minimum rear yard depth of 4 meters, whereas 10 meters is currently required. To permit minimum front yard depth of 16.5 meters, whereas 56 meters is currently required. And also to permit a reduction in the minimum parking rate for a clinic use to 1 per 30 meters squared of net floor area, whereas currently 1 space per 15 meters squared of net floor area is required. I would note as well that we've had subsequent discussions with the developer about the minimum rear yard setback requirement and depth. As they're requesting 4, at time of writing the report, it does reflect 4. However, they have are considering changing that to 5 meters to better reflect the existing adjacent site or abutting site to the east. Also, as shown here, the applicant has provided the conceptual elevation and rendering. The applicant has noted that the proposed rooftop amenity space on their original proposal has been removed from this proposal based on comments that were received at the last public meeting. Also, as shown, the peak area in the center of the roof is proposed to screen a rooftop mechanical equipment and to dampen the impact of noise on in the adjacent neighborhood. Upon circulation of the application, planning did not receive any comments or additional comments from the public regarding the revised proposal. So with that said, given the above, staff recommend that council receives the planning report as information, and I look forward to discussion here tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. I think, have we got any of the applicants in waiting room or?
Yeah, we have Harry, Terry, and John.
Okay, do you want to maybe bring them on? And before I open it up for council, maybe we'll hear from them at this point. Unless there was any pressing questions at this point from council for Dan. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we've got the applicant with us. So maybe welcome. Thank you very much. And maybe Harry, you've got your camera turned on. So I'll turn it over to you. I assume maybe you've got some comments to make at this point.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Yes, it's Harry Frusios from Zelenka Preamo Limited. We're the agents for the landowner and the developer. We're here again tonight, further to the meeting we had on June 25th to propose a revised application to you based on the comments that we received at the last public meeting, and Mr. Fitzgerald already went through them in some detail. And I want to thank Dan for his assistance in processing this application and for getting it to this stage. And we're hopeful that tonight will be a productive meeting. We're hopeful that the changes that have been made are headed in the right direction from what we heard last time. I'm not going to add much more, just to kind of go over what the changes that were made from the last meeting that I think are noteworthy. The development this time will be over 2 phases. The first phase, and Dan, would you mind bringing up the site plan again?
Give me 1 second, I'll get it up.
Actually, you can start with the one that just shows the first phase, and then we can go to the one that shows the full build out.
Is that what you wanted, Harry?
Yes, thank you. So this would be the first phase of development, which involves the construction of a 4-story building at the rear of the site, which would be entirely for residential purposes. It would have the 54 units comprised of 19 1-bedroom and 35 2-bedroom units, with the parking constructed along the front of the building and towards the side. We are positioning the building towards the back to give us the opportunity to do this in 2 phases, but as you can see in the sort of the northwest, or I guess the northwest corner, we're proposing that to be a more enhanced landscaped area. Right now, we're proposing to provide around 33% landscaped area for the entire development. 10% of that will be in the form of amenity space for the residents and be sort of an enhanced landscaped area. And that's what you're seeing in green at the sort of the north and the west edges of the phase 1 building. Can you put the second drawing up now, Dan, please? So as part of the first phase, the existing building will remain, and as will the existing tenants as well. And then once we get to the second phase, So the second phase involves the demolition of the existing building on the subject property to be replaced by a 4-story mixed-use building, which, as Dan mentioned before, will have the office component on the ground floor facing directly facing the Main Street. And that building will contain 36 units, comprised of 19 one-bedroom and 17 two-bedroom units. Overall, the parking requirements for the residential will be met. We took your comments from last time that we weren't providing enough parking for the residential units. So we wanted to make sure that we provided the 1.5 spaces per unit for each residential unit proposed. So we don't have an issue there. The only relief we're asking for is for the medical clinic to go from 1 per 30 to 1, or from 1 per 15 to 1 per 30. But we believe with the extra space that we have for visitors as well, if necessary, they can use that space as well for the office use if required. But we believe the 1 per 30 would be enough. And it makes up for 5 spaces, which we believe will be enough for that space for the office use. So as part of these amendments, the official plan is really required to extend the residential permissions over the entire property across the highway commercial designation. The site-specific zoning we're asking for is to allow the increased height. We're asking for 14.6 meters as opposed to 10, and that's primarily for the design of the building to allow a higher floor to ceiling distance to provide more spacious units. In addition to that, we will have the enclosure for the mechanical space so that it's a more attractive appearance overall for the height. We're asking for the setback, which really relates to the residential portion, because right now the residential is only contemplated in the rear portion of the property. So the requested setback variance will allow us to bring the phase 2 building closer to Main Street. And lastly, the rear yard setback, as Dan mentioned, we originally asked for 4 meters, but we've increased that to 5 as per staff's request to keep it in line with abutting properties. And we're happy to do that. And I think it's actually shown on this site plan. So that in a nutshell is the changes. We've brought the height of the building down to just be 4 stories rather than reaching the 5 and 6 story level. We're providing the necessary parking under the bylaw requirements. And we believe that this proposal now has satisfied most, if not all, of the comments that we heard at the previous public meeting. We maintain our position that this is a good development. It satisfies the provincial policy statement for intensification, for providing a mix and range of uses that are desired by this community. And it also meets the official plan requirements for those purposes as well. So on that note, Madam Mayor, I will answer any questions you may have. I believe John Nifton also may want to add a few comments or be able to answer questions as well.
Okay, thanks very much, Harry. John, did you have some comments that you wanted to add to that at this time? You're muted.
How's that?
Great, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, Harry covered it off very well, and Dan, thanks for the, you did an encompassing job of describing the project for us. Just wanted to say that we did hear you loud and clear at the last public presentation that we made in June, and we've made every attempt that we can to create a project that we think is going to be good for the community in Lucan, and one that we hope is going to fit with the present plans for Lucan in the future. We think it's a good project, and we're prepared to invest in Lucan to, present our project to the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Okay, Council, questions, comments? Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got several points and just a couple of questions, if I could. So the enclosure at the top of the building, how tall is that to cover up the damper, I guess it's called, right at the very top of the building on phase 1 there?
Through the chair to Councilor Reagan. So I did have a discussion with Harry about that yesterday. I believe it is an additional 9 feet from the 14.6 meters.
So it's on top of the 14.5?
That's correct.
Right. The other thing I have a question about is, so with the second building, just for the phase 2, with the mixed use or the apartments and the clinic, is there any provision for the for the doctors that we have that are being displaced? That's a question a resident asked me. I don't know if that's been addressed, but if there's going to be spaces there, we've got, I know we have a medical clinic, but we also have doctors. Are they being relocated, or is that going to be offered to those people? Is that anything that we, I don't know if that's part of this discussion, or it's something we can think about, but I'm bringing it forward as a concern of a resident. The other question I have, and I guess it could be Dan or it could be anyone really, when we talk about the ratio of 1-bedroom to 2-bedroom apartments, 19 to 19 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms, 30, I think 35 you said, is what, is that, I mean, is that going to fit the needs of what we're looking for and what we need? Is there a survey being done? Is there some sort of, with the demographics? I mean, are people going to be looking for more 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom? I just thought it was a very high number of 1-bedroom. I'm not a developer, but just I'm thinking about, families. If I was a retired person and I was moving and selling my house and I wanted to find a place, I'm probably looking for something that's more than just 1-bedroom. Because, I maybe want an office or a study or something like that. But I'm just sort of wondering if that's been looked at as well. So I'm not sure who could answer that for me.
Through the chair to Councillor Reagan, I'll maybe kind of touch on it, but then I'll turn it over to Harry and John if they want to answer the more specific question. So with respect to the provisions that you had discussed there for the office, the developer at this point in time, or sorry, the applicant at this point in time has not presented a specific zoning provision that would require that use in the property. However, based on our initial discussions, that's something that planning feels is important to maintain on the property, at least some sort of commercial format fronting onto Main Street. So that's something that we certainly will take into advisement based on our review and recommendation moving forward. And then with respect to the units, one bedroom versus 2 bedrooms, there's nothing in the zoning bylaw that requires 1 versus 2. That really is something that's left up to market demand. However, I can let Harry and John speak to that further.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, it's in terms of the existing tenants, I think it was raised at the last meeting by the developer that every attempt will be made to bring those existing tenants back. But because of the fact that the lands aren't, and maybe John can update us on this as well, but the lands weren't officially tied up yet, they were restricted in what kind of communications they could have with the existing tenants. But every attempt will be made to have them brought back, and John maybe can provide some more on that. With respect to the mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms, I mean, this is something that I think right now, if it were today, this is what the marketing is sort of telling us is what the demand will be, but that could change by the time this is built. There could be a different mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms, but as Dan mentioned, we're not tied to a minimum or a maximum amount. It's basically what the market will bear at that point in time when they're ready to have tenants. John, did you want to add anything to those?
Sure, I can comment on the existing medical clinic that is there. We have been in discussion with, and I know for sure my partner Perry has, because he is also the seller of the property. We're making every effort to put them, back into the project in the proposed medical space that is going to be up front. And it is one of the reasons why we have decided to stage the project with a phase 1 and phase 2, because we can in fact build phase 1 in the back and leave the existing medical clinic operational. We would temporarily have to probably relocate that clinic onto the main floor of phase number 1, or temporarily find them another place to carry on business in Lucan until we get the medical clinic built out in phase 2. But we fully intend to accommodate them. And, it's also from our perspective to have a tenant like that built into the project is an advantage for us as well. So we do want to keep them in the project, definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor Manders.
Yeah, just a few comments. Actually, I like the changes made compared to what originally was presented. I do have an issue with no site plan accompanying the zoning provisions. As you know, Lucan Biddulph had tremendous growth the last 15 years or more, and this is not something that's typically been asked, the provisions before the site plan. I do think it stifles the public input. I like the conceptual proposal, but I do think we need a site plan with the provisions. That's to me makes best sense for our community, for ourselves. But as far as I think this project, like myself, I'm very excited about it. I think it's a great piece of property for this type of project for the community. It's needed. Obviously, you guys want to invest in our community, so you feel it's a vibrant community and want to invest. But I would like to see you work with staff with a site plan with the provisions requested that meet your needs and the community needs. I guess my only comment is that I don't know if it would help the developer or help staff. If it's a concern with the official plan amendment, proceeding with that does make sense to get that highway commercial switch to residential, and at least start with that on your guys' behalf to proceed with that. But those are my comments. So.
Okay. Any other, Harry, did you have anything to comment back to the deputy mayor on that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, the site plan that we did file with the revised application did contain all of the statistics that were reflected in our application and shown. So I don't think there's really much. I mean, there might be some more detail, but all the asks that were made in terms of the rear yard setback, the height, the parking, it's all on the site plan, and it's all detailed in our site stats. So I think we have shown as much information as we can for the purposes of this application.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Mastarakis.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. Question, there was a demographic question. I know it's kind of what the market will bear, but do you have an idea, when you've done similar buildings, do you have a demographic of age group, couples, singles, or any information or thoughts on that?
I can speak to that. Excuse me. We do not specifically have a demographic market study for the Lucan Biddulph market for a residential development. We do know from being developers that there is a demand for apartment rentals, especially in these COVID times, as opposed to condominiums. Single family houses, of course, are preferable for people that can afford them. But we find that younger families, people that are new to the community, that may want to find employment in Lucan, or even in the north end of London, it's a very handy place to live, to commute back and forth, and to kind of work, live, and play within Lucan and shop there. But typically we see, younger families that are moving into rental buildings. And we also see retired persons, farmers, for example. We're doing a project up in Exeter, and we're seeing that, retired farmers that don't want to leave the community, they've maybe sold their farms to big agri, and their families want them to stay in the community, and this is an affordable and a convenient place for them to be.
Thank you. A follow-up question. Do you have and maybe I missed it, and maybe it was there, is there a cost per square foot for the rental estimate, or what do you expect for at this point for a 1 or 2 bedroom, or is that something you make public at this point, or?
Yes, it can. We want to make the units affordable, and my answer to that is we like to charge what is market rate, and it really depends on the size of the unit. Mr. Manders made a point about the size of the units. They can be programmed. The entire gross square footage of the building is what it is, but we can change the unit mix as long as the units are stacked within the building so that it facilitates an ease of construction. But we don't have to have an abundance of one bedrooms. And as we move closer to actually starting construction, we'll have a better sense through our sales and marketing, and reaching out to the public through different methods of finding out exactly who the market is, and we can change our unit mix to accommodate what we think the market demand is. In terms of actual monthly rents, they can range anywhere from $1,400 a month to higher and maybe lower if we decide to develop smaller units in the building.
Now, when
But
you
on a
mentioned,
per square foot basis per month, we're somewhere around $1.75 in that area.
and that's what you're seeing in Exeter. Is that built and going in Exeter currently?
No, Councillor Masterrock, it is not. But we just have. We're just in the process of securing site plan approval, and we've got a pretty aggressive construction schedule. We're starting at the end of this month on that project.
Thank you. And I think two questions for Dan. So we are going through one official plan amendment, and I'm for knowledge, and number two, or official plan review, sorry, in this process. So timing of this. Plus number two, there's, I understand, been an appeal on the other project at the other end of town regarding the height restrictions. How does that, and just does Harry, Perry, and John understand where we're at? What does that mean for them, for us? If you could let me know how that works, Dan.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Mazarakis. So you kind of got two components there. So there is a concurrent official plan, a larger concurrent official plan review going on at this particular point in time. It's more focused towards looking at the existing development numbers and demands and land availability and settlement boundaries, as opposed to site-specific policies and guiding development more at a site level. So the official plan amendment that they have proposed is more to guide development at the site-specific level and allow and permit that additional residential use on these particular lands. And sorry, I cannot recall your second question there. What was that again?
There's currently an appeal on the other property that's been put forward.
Yes, thank you. There is an appeal before the township right now with respect to a decision that was issued on another site, which it should not weigh into council's decision on this particular property. It's a completely different property. It's completely different parameters. However, with that said, there will be a certain level of interpretation of the official plan that will need to be maintained based on, planning's review and staff's review of the official plan to date. So it's certainly from a higher level, certainly planning staff have to take into consideration what our position is that we've taken in the past in terms of what is appropriate and for height, density, and uses on properties, but there's also site-specific factors that play into that review as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So I have a couple, and I guess it goes back to the height, and I'm a little confused. So the request is being made that the height be allowed to go from 10 meters to 14.6 meters. However, with that damper on it, it's going to put another 9 feet on top of the 14.6 meters. Is that what I am led to understand from what Councillor Regan asked before?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And so I guess my question is, would the request not be for the 14.6 plus 9 feet? Should that not be the request?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to all members of council. So with respect to height in the zoning bylaw, there's the definition of height, which is from grade to peak. So from four corners of a building to the top of the building. There's also in the general provisions, section 4.10, which talks about height exceptions. So there are exceptions built into the zoning that allows for things like mechanical equipment to be placed on the roof, which is over and above the maximum height limits. And the justification really at that point in time is that it's such a small structure that it doesn't impede the neighborhood. And it just formulates a mechanical function of the actual building. In this particular case, the developer or applicant is requesting to basically cover that in so as not to, not to look impeding on the neighborhood. So that's the justification that's been provided to date.
Okay, thanks for that clarification for me. With regards to the parking spots and the reduction for the clinic parking, and I guess, is the clinic parking considered all of what would go around phase 2, or only a portion of the phase 2 parking?
Through you, Mayor. So with respect to the proposal, they've only requested a 150 square meter portion of the bottom floor of the development to be a clinic use.
Okay.
So I think it's only approximately 1,600 and change square feet of that frontage of the building. The remainder is proposed to be residential at this point in time.
So that
I'm not saying that we would limit them to that. It's just that's what they have proposed for that portion.
Okay, and then so that request on the reduction of the parking would only apply to that square footage for the that turns out to be clinic.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no. So the request for a reduction on parking for that clinic use would apply across the site.
The whole of the site, phase 1 and phase 2, or
That's
just
correct.
the whole of the site?
All right.
Yep, Harry.
Madam Chair, just maybe I can clarify, I think where you're at, to clarify where you're coming from. We're providing 141 parking spaces. 136 of those will be for the residential units, which is at a rate of 1.5 per unit. The additional 5 spaces would be for the 150 square meters of clinic space based on a rate of 1 per 15 square meters. I think what Dan is saying is that that rate would apply to any medical clinic anywhere on the site, depending on the floor area, the rate. But based on our site plan, that's how we've structured the parking.
Okay, gotcha. I
Through you,
understand.
Madam Mayor, yeah, that's correct. So what I meant was that parking ratio would apply across the site. However, obviously, if you're going to extend a clinic use that's further beyond that 150 meters squared, you're going to have to remove parking for the residential use, which means you're reducing unit counts anyways.
Right.
So it's a balance between the two.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's kind of where I was going with that. And just, I just wanted to let everybody know that I did actually receive a letter from one of the tenants. And unfortunately, it's been misplaced. It's somewhere in the building, but we will get you a copy of it certainly this week. And really, you have addressed the tenant's concern. And what the concern is, viable business going on, what's going to happen to them. It's not the doctor, I will say that. So it's another tenant, and I understand we had this discussion back in June, understand where you're limited in being able to speak to the tenants. But I just wanted to let council know again that the concern was raised that there's a viable business in the building, and that when that building comes down, that business will be displaced for a period of time, whether whether they're able to be accommodated in phase one, or whether we have to find space for them somewhere else. But you know, it's been a business that's been in business probably for about 11 years now. So, you know, it's not something that we want to see closed. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that correspondence, and we'll make sure that we'll get that copy to everybody once we get that again. Now back to, I guess, Deputy Mayor asked a question about the site plan and concerns about that. And the applicants have said that they feel that what has been provided is significant enough, or it answers all of the, addresses all of the requests that they're making. And I guess I would say to Dan, are you satisfied with that?
Through you, Mayor. Sorry, what did you mean by am I satisfied?
Well, what has been provided is a suitable site plan.
So
Is there, or is there,
through you, Mayor.
is there still information you're looking for?
Through you, Mayor. So at the zoning bylaw stage, you know, generally speaking, site plans are still a bit conceptual. They don't get refined further until site plan approval. So I guess from the perspective of, are they showing the provisions that they are requesting? Yes, they are. Certainly, I guess the bigger question is, as per the proposed provisions by the applicant, is this something that council feels comfortable with, given that there's nothing that locks in this proposal?
So a couple things, and I think, and I can't speak for the deputy mayor, but I think maybe that's where he was going with that question. As when he phrased it, I think we've been a council that have always wanted to see exactly what's going to be on the site and how it can be held to that. And I am very excited about the project. I always have been. And I think that it is something that will be widely received and accepted by the community. But I guess I'm looking to see how your vision and how we can lock you into that. Much the same way that we've had that discussion through other applications over the summer. So I guess next steps, how does council get more of an actual vision, or what can we do to lock this in?
Through the chair to the mayor, were you directing that at me or to the?
Well, I guess a general question. And I mean,
Okay.
the deputy mayor put it out there about, I understand the concern from the applicants. You know, you've already made a significant investment in providing plans to us. And obviously you don't want to do anything more if there's not an interest from council. Going forward with the official plan, would that be a kind of a good step forward to show you that we are interested in this and get that working at the county level?
Through you, Mayor. So just with respect to the official plan, an official plan amendment has been proposed by the applicant. We haven't actually drafted that official plan amendment at this point in time.
Understood.
With respect to zoning provisions, the way I would answer that is we had extensive discussion with respect to this on another site. And that was what provisions can we put in place that would lock development in to provide a certain level of comfort that council is, they can what you see is what you get at the end of the day, right? So I understand so I have had this discussion with with the agent for the developer, and they feel like there's a certain level of flexibility that they want to maintain through the design process, and further refine that through the site plan approval process. So what I would say is I'll let them respond to that as well. But I guess from council's perspective, based on what they've proposed to date, sure, there's a certain level of this is what you're going to get at the end of the day, but there's nothing at the end of the day that locks it into that. It just says these are the provisions that they have to meet for a future site plan application.
Okay. Harry.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of council. I mean, it's always a difficulty when you're dealing at the zoning stage with trying to lock in something, because from the developer's side, there's still some uncertainty as to whether or not this is going to go through or not, in order to put in that extra level of detail that perhaps you'd like to see. And at the same time, we've also been told in other occasions that it's premature to file for site plan until you have your zoning in place. So this is why you get this level of detail. And I think we've gone that extra step in providing the renderings, which we've done throughout the process. And my experience with this client has been, and we can point to the Exeter situation, which was just approved some weeks ago, was what they showed at council is what they submitted for site plan. So I have no reason to believe you won't get the same treatment here. But again, and John's going to speak to this more, obviously, but I'm always hesitant to lock in plans, because if there's even a slight adjustment that perhaps still meets the intent of what we asked for, but council says, well, that's not what we approved, then we're back at the drawing board again. And I think there needs to be that flexibility. And at the end of the day, council is the final approval authority for site plan as well. So if you still don't like what we said, you're the approval authority at site plan. So you do have that added layer of authority to make sure this development is what you want it to be.
John?
Yeah. One of the reasons that we certainly like to avoid doing business in places like Toronto, for sure. We don't do any business in Toronto because the approvals process is so cumbersome. Even London is getting, ridiculous. We've got planning applications that have been sitting on someone's desk at City Hall in London for 2 years. Our preference to do, development projects in smaller communities like Lucan, like Exeter, is we develop a relationship with council, with the CAO, with the mayor, with the planning department, with the engineering department, and we like to make it a very seamless transition. We often have Zoom calls with all of the principles of these projects, and we get our architects and our engineers. And sometimes we find, especially in the case of Exeter, if you know Dan Best up there, I'm sure you do, he's telling our architects what to do. And we don't have a problem with that as long as it's reasonable. And, I might go out on a limb here and say, we'd be glad to have a session like that on a Zoom call, and we bring our architects in and they can show you what we're planning in more detail than what we put forward to you tonight. And we're willing to lock it in. We like to deliver what we promise. We're not out to, pull the wool over anybody's eyes or anything like that, because we want to develop a good project for Lucan in full transparency. And it also gets things done faster. We don't want to fight with anybody. We're very agreeable people, except for Perry. He's not, but I am. So we really endorse a fully cooperative process to get, into the ground with construction. That's what we want to do.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I still am in favor of accepting this report for information, having you work with our staff with a plan to meet your provisions that meet your needs and the community needs. I actually am done hearing about Exeter. I mean, that's a conceptual. That is what you guys got approved out there. We've had tremendous growth in 15 years. I read the article since you guys want to talk about Exeter. It said should, could, maybe. A lot of that was in the newspaper last week. I'm not interested in that. So I'm not interested in Exeter's plan. I believe where the site is, it's less impactful to the community, I believe. But that is what I want to see. So I'm only one vote.
Okay, so next steps, I guess, Dan, we received the information, or excuse me, received the report for information. Then what would the next steps be?
Through you, Mayor, to all members of council. So the next steps would be, at this particular point in time, council received the planning report as information. Staff will take back the comments that we've heard tonight, work with the agent and the applicant and developer in this case to come back with a product. I don't, like, generally speaking, I think, no, I'll refrain from saying anything, but what I'll say is that we'll work with the applicant to bring back a proposal that and provide a recommendation report, hopefully relatively soon.
Okay. And I guess just back to the official plan amendment and that understanding that you don't have one drafted. The deputy mayor did bring that up. Would it be helpful to at least make direct staff to come back with the amendment so we could at least get that process going?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, if council wants to enter a motion to direct staff to bring back an official plan bylaw at the next available council meeting, then we can certainly do that.
Okay, so you've got some options in front of you. And I don't know, which I think we can deal with, Tina, at this stage, right? We can deal with the acceptance of the report. And then if there's a appetite for council to get the OPA moving, we could make that motion could be made now at this time, right, Tina? Okay.
I'll make the motion
So which motion are you making, Councillor Regan?
that we move forward with the, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
To direct staff to
Yes,
come back with an
to come back with
OPA
the OPA.
bylaw?
Yes. The direct staff to come back with the OPA bylaw. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I think that between Dan and Tina, they can clerk that up so that it's worded properly, but I think we all understand the spirit of that, right? So Councillor Reagan's made that one, and I just need a seconder for that to move. Deputy Mayor Manders, is there any discussion on that particular motion? Councillor Masterakis.
Yes, Madam, just to confirm, so this is just to draft the amendment and then the decision is made at a follow-up
The
meeting?
OPA. Yeah. Because we're not the approving authority for that. It has to go to county council, so that is a process in itself. So at least I think to what the deputy mayor said earlier, moving forward with that shows interest in the project. I think a level of interest in the project.
So this is a move towards the official plan amendment.
Correct. Which would be, did you want to refresh, Dan, what that is? It's
Right.
on the phase 2 piece, right?
Through the mayor to all members of council. So the proposed official plan amendment is to add a special policy area to the highway commercial zone, which would add the residential uses that are not currently contemplated.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Any other further questions or clarification on that? Okay, with that, you've got that motion in front of you. All opposed? Okay, so that's carried. And then a motion to accept Dan's report for information, the planner's report for information. Councillor Westman seconded by Councillor Regan. Any discussion on that? All opposed? And that's carried. So I guess we know what the next steps are, and certainly we'll look forward to staff working with the applicants to better satisfy some of the questions that were left with us today. But thanks very much for joining us, and we look forward to moving forward on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. With that, I do need another motion so that we can reconvene our regular meeting. Councillor Westman. And a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor. All opposed. And that's carried. Okay. Let's get this. So now we'll move into the Court of Revision. I just need to get my paperwork here. Okay, so I do need a motion to appoint the members of council to okay, it's resolved that the council of the corporation of the township of Lucan Biddulph be appointed to the Court of Revision for the Hodgins Branch B Drain 2020, and that Mayor Kathy Burkhart-Jessen be appointed as chair for the Hodgins Branch B Drain 2020. And can I get a mover and seconder for that?
I'll move that.
Councillor Regan and Councillor Westman. All opposed? And that's carried. So with that, we've got the report in front of us, but Mike has joined us, so maybe I will let him just speak to that. Or Jeff. Did Jeff or Mike want to run with it at this stage? Nope.
Nope, I can speak.
Okay, that would be.
Okay, I see Jeff vanished off my screen. So, yeah, I mean, the Court of Revision is to deal with appeals to assessment. And that is the distribution of the cost, not the total cost, but the distribution of which landowner or utility would pay a certain amount towards that cost. And typically, the Drainage Act reads that appeals would be submitted 10 days in advance to allow me as the engineer to prepare. And to my knowledge, that there's been no written appeal submitted. The council, or I guess in this case, the Court of Revision, does have the ability to accept verbal appeals if they wish, but it would require a separate motion to be accepted by the court to allow that to happen. And if you choose to do that, if that happens tonight, then I would then explain how I've assessed the costs in relation to that particular appeal, and then the appellant would explain why they feel that is not sufficient or fair for their property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you have something else, Mike?
Nope, I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So thank you for that background. Were there any questions or comments from the court or from council court on the report? Okay, and I don't believe we've got any verbal questions from any of our attendees either at this stage with regards to the report. I'll just maybe ask once, twice.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yep.
I believe Tim Foster raised his hand, so maybe I could get Lisa to bring him in and so he can make a comment. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, actually, Ron, I don't think I can make, is everybody hearing me?
Yep, we can hear you,
Okay.
Tim.
Well, actually, until you, I believe on the point of order, until you have a vote as to whether you'd like to hear my appeal verbally, because I failed to read the legalese properly and submit something in writing within the 10 days, I think on point of order, you have to have your court of revision decide whether they want to hear me speak or not.
Well, I guess that's the question. So you do want to speak?
I would like to, yes.
Okay. So with that, if we could get a motion to either accept Mr. Foster's request or deny it. Councillor Westman?
Yeah, I move that we accept his request to speak.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Regan. All opposed? And that's carried. Okay, if you want to go ahead, Tim, Mr. Foster.
Right. So hopefully all of you have a schedule of net assessment in front of you. My particular property is parcel 40095-01, about the 5th line down from the top. The approximate net assessment is $4,145. I do understand that Mike has assessed the cost per his instructions via the province and the Drainage Act. However, it's my contention that the Drainage Act is more or less created to assign those costs to farmers. And I feel that just because I have the bad luck of this chunk of drain coming across my property, that my assessment is in fact high. And what I am proposing is that the assessment that deals with the direct construction costs that Mike has assigned be divided equally amongst the large number of urban property owners, since the net benefit to their property is the same as mine. As far as myself, it's not a net benefit to me. It's a solid pipe. It doesn't really drain my property, and it represents an impediment to future use of the property by losing approximately 6 meters on the southern boundary. So that is what I'm proposing, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, Mike, I'll hand it back over to you to walk us through the assessment.
Yes, like mentioned, the Drainage Act does give me direction on how to assess costs on municipal drains. In this case, we've separated the costs into different segments. The portion up at the top end near the Foster property is a different type of construction than the portion heading downstream through the Dietrich farm. We do have to use different materials. We have to use different equipment. So those costs are looked at independently. The Drainage Act does require us to assess a certain portion of the cost as benefit, and then the remainder of that cost is assessed as outlet. So our first task is to determine what the benefits would be. There's also a separate section of the Act called Section 26, which requires us to separate any special assessments due to roads, railways, and/or utilities that may cause an increased cost to the project above and beyond what would be there if those entities did not exist. So in our first requirement, we would look at the costs that would be special assessments. In this case, there were several. We pulled out the cost of dealing with the sidewalk on Grant Line. That again is due to the road being there, and our drain does have to cross to get to the existing catch basin that's at the road. We are stripping some topsoil in the Dietrich property, which was charged to that property. There is a sanitary sewer that runs along just west of the Foster's property line on the Dietrich property, which did require us to locate and expose to determine its exact location and elevation, and make sure elevation wise that we weren't going to be in conflict with that pipe and those costs extracted for that, as well as also we had to do the same for Quadro Communications and Enbridge gas line, all both at the road as well. So those costs are initially pulled out of the project for that section. Our cost on the section that we're talking about is a little bit over $33,600. By pulling all of that, those costs out, that left us with about $22,400 to distribute in the normal, what we call benefit and outlet. And that is typically, in the Act defines benefit as better control of surface water, better control of subsurface water, better aesthetics, and increase in property value. So when we look at that, it's done by proportion. We do understand that a residential property wouldn't necessarily benefit to the same tune as what a farmer's field would by installing some of these drains. So this section had a small portion of distance on the Dietrich property, and then the rest of it was on the Foster property up to the county road. The Dietrich property was assessed at a rate of 50% for its distance, and then the Foster property was assessed at a rate of 35%. That derived a number of $5,370, and this was in the original report. And I should say that we did originally submit the report prior to being requested to revise the report. The initial proposal was to take the drain on an angle across the Foster property in a similar nature to what the existing drain does now. And that's one thing that needs to be considered by the court, and also for us when we derive the assessments, is that there already is an existing municipal drain across the Foster property. It was constructed in the 70s, but it is there. It's a 12-inch diameter farm tile. It's a butt end pipe that is not sealed from any tree roots that may get into it. So there is no protection from tree roots. So if there are tree roots that would get in, or if the municipality deems that there's a risk of tree roots getting in, they could have trees that are within range of causing an issue to the pipe removed from the area on the top of the ground above the pipe. So as part of our improvement project, it was decided to put in sealed pipe in the areas that would be close to the trees to protect the trees from having to be able to be required to be removed either now or in the future, which is a benefit to the property. So that is one benefit to a residential property that a farmer might not need. So that's also included. Like I said, it's an improvement project, so there's more capacity. So there would be less water trying to get from Granton down through the Foster property and into the Dietrich property. So there is some benefit. Again, not to the same tune as what a farmer would need, but there is some benefit for that, as well as by us putting in one new sealed pipe, there is not the requirement to have two pipes. In the Dietrich property downstream, we are installing a new pipe beside the existing pipe and continuing to utilize the existing pipe. So the pipe didn't have to be as big downstream as what we needed to put through the Foster property. So there are benefits in our view to the Foster property. If they were to choose to not have sewer pipe put in and put a similar pipe into what's there, either a single pipe to make it one pipe that's bigger, or have a second pipe put beside the first pipe, that would be feasible. It would be less money, but it would have more restrictions on the property from a space point of view and from potential tree restrictions that would be there now. So that's how we came up with the $5,300 and $5,370. We were asked to make a revision to shift the location away from its more current location so that it would enter the property near the southerly limit and run parallel to the south property line. That was less cost because of the amount of sewer pipe that we had to use. And that totaled about $1,900 less, but there was $830 additional engineering cost to revise the report to resubmit it that canceled out some of those cost savings. So that left us with a reduced amount of cost savings. Although there was cost savings, we were able to reduce the assessment from 5370 to 4130. So the total benefit to the Foster property is $4,130. And like I said, we could reduce it more if we weren't using sewer pipe to take it through, or if we were to use twin pipes versus single pipes. And that was not requested by the Foster property in this case. So that's how we felt we needed to come up with the costs, and that's the way that they're showing now. And I'd stop and open up to questions.
Okay, thanks for that. And Mike, I just wanted to clarify, it's a difference of $15. You've said that the cost of the Fosters now is $4,130. The report indicates $4,145.
Okay, yeah, what that is, and then again, I guess Mr. Foster also was relating his net cost. So he was using the schedule of net assessment.
Yeah.
And allowances are shown in there, and under the Drainage Act, when you consider assessments, we are not allowed to consider allowances. Allowances are compensation for disturbance, and I have to consider just the assessments. And in this case, I've been explaining what the benefit is.
Yep.
And I have not been explaining anything to do with the outlet.
Oh,
There's also
okay.
an cost. So what the report really needs to do is to look at page, I'm just going to find it there.
It's Schedule C, page 11.
Page 11.
Okay.
Page 11 of the report is the actual schedule of assessment that shows the benefit and the outlet. There's $4,130 in benefit and $345 in outlet.
Okay.
That's because of the concern. The concern was raised dealing with the fact that it's not a benefit for that property. So I didn't really get into the outlet portion, but it's open for discussion if people wish to.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that. Okay, are there any questions or comments from council on what's been reported? Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just not sure of the questions. This is the first for me. So I noticed on the sheet when I'm looking through it is that there's provisions for grant monies for this to offset costs. Is that something that this resident is eligible for? I guess I'm not quite sure I'm understanding it just seems very expensive, quite frankly. And again, I don't understand. I did read it and I'm following along with what you're saying, but I'm just wondering, is there, again, you mentioned that it's actually not draining your property. So I'm just not quite sure I'm understanding what that benefit is. And I'm looking at all these other costs here. And then I'm seeing this, this one here is like, 10 times more than anything, all the others. So is there grant money available for it? I'm not clear as to what the actual benefit is for this resident. And whether or not there's, like I said, is there grant money available to offset those costs? I'm not sure who I would be.
For me?
Yep, Mike.
Sure. Oh yeah, please. Sorry. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I can address that. Yeah, there is a granting program under the Drainage Act. It's called ADIP, is Agricultural Drain Improvement Program. That program, it provides a 1/3 grant towards the assessments of a property that's deemed to be agricultural. The vast majority of large costs where drains are put through significant distances are quite large. And in this case, if you look at the Dietrich property, the cost assessed to the Dietrich property is a little over $84,000. So that's a sample of why the ministry has deemed a grant program should be provided. And in this case, all of the residential properties who are not agricultural are not eligible. Same with roads or utilities are not eligible to receive that grant. So that's why part of the reason why we show that schedule of net assessment, because we typically get questions from landowners as to what their out-of-pocket cost will be. And again, when we go to determine the actual assessments, we are not allowed to consider grants or allowances. We have to consider, in this case, we have $33,800 that it takes to get from point A to point B, and who should pay that portion of the cost. Those other factors, they come into play afterward, and I'm supposed to be independent of those when we determine the assessments. The benefit itself is if there was, first of all, like I said, there's a 12-inch diameter drain that cuts kitty corner across the Foster property. So it's there now. It takes up a certain amount of space that can't be used for anything else. There's a maintenance width of land in there that the municipality needs to get in and maintain that. So you can't build things in that area now. And that pipe is preventing water from upstream from trying to go through the property. And I realize, and I don't disagree, that there's not a lot of drainage happening from the Foster property. There is some, and I believe there's a pipe connection to this drain. But so there's a minor amount of drainage, but not a significant portion. The biggest benefit is that upstream lands that naturally want to flow through this property are being accommodated through a pipe. And on top of that, in this case, because it's residential and there's trees there, there is sealed pipe, sewer pipe being used. And sewer pipe is significantly more expensive to use than what a farm tile would be. A farm tile can be installed with the wheel machine, and it drives at a higher speed. You don't have to put granular bedding underneath the pipe to support it. So you have to use a backhoe in this case with granular bedding, and the cost to install the sewer pipe are more. That's why when we switched locations, even though the length of our pipe got longer, we were actually having to go further to go south and then east to stay away from the Foster property as much as possible as requested by Mr. Foster. The cost went down because the distance of sewer pipe being used is less. So there is a benefit to the Foster property to have sealed pipe being put in now versus what's there from 1976 or 1974, whenever the original drain went.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions from the court at this point? Councillor Mastarakis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Mike, have you seen similar circumstances like this where you have a residential property that may not be receiving the benefit as the agricultural land? And have you seen any, what's happened in the past? Is there anything you can give us as your experience on similar matters?
Yeah, we come across this occasionally. We don't see it a lot. It's not a typical occurrence, but I have seen it. We have had to do similar projects to that, and sometimes when new houses get built, they are required to change the drain from an agricultural drain to an urban drain at the time they develop. In this case, the house is there, the pipes are there, and I don't know how that, in what order that would have occurred in the past, but at the time they felt using the existing 12-inch butt-end pipe was sufficient. You know, it is possible to put a butt-end pipe back through there and save additional cost, but that's not what the landowner particularly asked for in this case, and it's not what you typically see in this day and age.
Do you have any follow-up, Peter or Councillor Mastarakis?
Right. So have you seen any remedies for the residential owner in these cases where this happens, or grants or anything like that, as Councillor Regan mentioned earlier? For residential.
There's no grants. In this case, like I said, we do take into consideration that, you know, being a residential property, they won't benefit to the same level. Initially, we used a 35% benefit rate as compared to a 50% benefit rate is what a farmer would. But you're dealing with a more expensive version of a drain. And you're doing that to accommodate the actual landowner. The only other thing that you have as a remedy, and that would be the court, would be to move some of the benefit assessment from the Foster property to other properties, whether that be like Mr. Foster's requested, he's asked you to move it to the other properties in Granton. You could also move it to just roads. Sometimes I've seen, if it's a small adjustment, I've seen a road say, move some from that property onto the road so that you don't have to involve, if other properties are changed at this point that aren't party to this appeal, then you have to adjourn the court, notify all the people who are having assessments changed and reconvene at a later date to give them the opportunity to appeal the change. So it sometimes I've seen a court, if it's a small adjustment, I've seen them take it and move it to a road just to avoid the complication, the extra expense of having to continue to go through this process. But I'm not necessarily saying I recommend any of that, but you asked me what I have seen. So that's my experience.
Okay, any other questions for Mike at this point or comments from the court? So we do have a request from Mr. Foster, and the court can, as Mr. DeVos laid out, you've got some options in front of you, or we can confirm the engineer's report as presented. Certainly, in making assessment changes, it's a difficult thing for the court to have to do, and not necessarily, with the information and how the assessment has been got to this point. I'm not sure we have information to push the assessment elsewhere, but I would entertain some sort of motion from the court at this point. Councillor Mastrapis?
Can I have a comment quick? Sorry. Part of the benefit of having the 10-day period, nothing about Tim Foster's, it gives us a chance to review the information and make a decision and get feedback from staff. So it's, for me, I'd have a difficult time making a decision today just receiving his appeal at the last minute. I don't know what the costs are to defer or to allow staff to come back with if there's other recommendations. I'm new to this as Daniel Regan. I haven't gone through this process, or Councillor Regan. So is there that option? Say we just received this appeal. Can we defer, get additional information to make a fair evaluation on this?
I would let maybe a staff member take that, or even, I don't know who's best. Ron?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just make a comment, and maybe I'll redirect to Jeff Little, the Public Works Manager at this point. My concern with any delay is that the farmer paying the most money here, I believe, has a schedule that he'd like to keep. And Jeff, you can please correct me if I'm wrong, but is there not a timing issue here as well, as far as getting the actual work completed before winter?
Yeah, and through Madam Mayor, I'm not so worried about the timing on it. I think we have to look at, it's unfortunate that this property is through the water, through the waterway. I think our decision here is is there an option to take this money and put it on someone else? And whether it's the taxpayer of Biddulph or whether it's somebody else further upstream, somebody's going to end up have to cover the cost. Unfortunately, Mr. Foster's property does run in the waterway, and there is costs associated with that. There's already, like Mike had pointed out, there's already a municipal drain there.
that has already been approved. And so there is a bit of precedent set by going through there. Now, delaying it, I would ask Mike to comment on the legalities of the delay and how we go about it. I'm not so much worried about the timetable. We'll make it work one way or the other. But I pass that to Mike to the legalities of delaying it, what our options are there.
Yes, the court could choose to adjourn to get more information. I do have, when we do these assessments, I do have breakdown calculations that go along with what I've described verbally. So I could provide that to the court to review. I don't know that it's going to provide much more than what you've heard verbally tonight. If there's questions that you want to ask to sift through it in your mind as you think about it, I'm more than willing to answer that. But you could choose to defer it to a later time and look at the numbers, how they're calculated on a piece of paper, and then move forward with that decision. But it's possible. You would have to reconvene at a later date, and I would have to attend at a later date. I would caution that the cost would continue to go up as my fees continue to get added to the cost of the project. My costs as we go on, I have a cost estimate in my report, but I don't usually estimate having to go to a quarter revision or to multiple quarter revisions or things past the consideration, which is the
And just to note, Mr. Foster put a comment on it in the chat room. I don't know if you noticed.
It looks like the work already started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are 800 to 1,000 feet done on the Dietrich property.
Is that, I see, Mr. Foster, you've got your hand up. Is that just the comment you were going to make?
Yep, that was all.
Thank you. And I guess maybe the question to Jeff is that uncommon, common for the work to already begin?
The work that has begun has been taken on by the farmer alone. There has been no direction by us to start that project. So at this point, it's the farmer's choice because he feels it's beneficial to start because of the time of the year and the crops that are in the ground. But that is his responsibility and not the township, and certainly shouldn't have reflect on the timetable with Mr. Foster. If we need to take some time, we can take some time. It's not going to go past the farmer's land. It's only his choice to do that, and that's where that stands. So, Madam Mayor.
Right. Thank you for that clarification, Jeff. Okay. So next up. Okay.
One last question, Mayor. One last question of Jeff Little. Jeff, is this typically what you see with other residential properties, the process, and in your experience?
Well, and through Madam Mayor, this is a little bit higher than some, but you also have to remember a portion of that benefit is the extra cost in doing some things that Mr. Foster has requested. We could lower it, like Mike said, by going back to the old way and putting in butt tile and going back to the old portion. Obviously, there is a portion of that that benefit that no matter what we do, Mr. Foster will be responsible for. There's a portion of that benefit that he's responsible for. Just because he is in the low run, he will get some benefit of water there. So we're not talking that all that benefit's going to go somewhere else. All we're going to be talking about is a small portion of it. So that's really what Mr. Foster's brought forward is that he believes that the overall amount is higher than what other people in town are paying. Having said that, you'll notice that everybody in town is basically on the outlet side of things, not the benefit. And that's due to there's actually another municipal drain in town that has to be maintained by the people further up. And it uses this portion of the Hodgins B as its outlet. So that's why it's slightly different, that we have to keep the benefit separated from the outlet costs. And Mr. Foster's outlet cost is there. It is a little bit higher, but his property is a little bit higher, or a little bit more than a lot of the other ones in town. So again, I'm not familiar with how we could break this down. It's a little bit uncommon trying to defer cost from one property owner to someone else, whether it's the municipality or not. So it's a little bit unusual that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff.
Did I see another hand up? Councillor Westman.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we deal with from time to time with the drainage works that we do. But I do sympathize with Mr. Foster. I mean, this is a huge cost for him, and you know, I would like to see that, you know, if there's something we can do to at least help mitigate some of the costs for him. Not suggesting redistribution of costs. Is there some sharpening of the pencil we can do to help here a little bit? You know, this is kind of an area that I've never really had to deal with in all the time I've been on, is where we've had a property owner hit so hard in a residential property. So I just want to know if there's something more we can do. And I guess that's something to defer to staff and you know, I'm not sure how to proceed here, because I mean, as a neighbor and you know, in the area, I mean, it's a big hit, and you know, I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can do. So that's it.
Okay, so there's been a couple of options that have been presented to you. You can make a motion to defer it and get the information from Mr. DeVos as he presented. You can accept it. I'd entertain a motion at this point. Deputy Mayor.
So what expectations, what would be for maybe other options and or proving this as given to us, time frame? Could Mike and staff have something for council at our next meeting for us to vote on, or what's the time frame on this? And again, as Mr. Mascaras said there, it's kind of a last minute thing here now with this this questioning. So, you know, certainly at the start of the meeting, I was, you know, accepting the report as is and the cost as is at the start of this. You know, I certainly respect some time to reflect and see if there's any other options, but I certainly am leaning towards accepting as is. But what would be the time frame? Can this be expedited? I don't know Mike's workload. Is this something that can be done for us for next council meeting for a vote?
Yes, the information that I have reviewed verbally is already done. You know, I could provide that fairly quickly, and also, I mean, I can explain tonight. You know, your options were is if you have sympathy towards a landowner and you feel that his benefit is not what I've come up with, you can adjust that benefit, but you have to take that cost and put it on another party that's assessed. I have seen in the past that in order to avoid further meetings and further costs of mine to continue to attend meetings and make further adjustments to large numbers of people. And in this case, the number of people within Granton is fairly large, so there would be, you know, a fair number of people involved with having costs go up. I have seen that a road, being the municipality, would take a little bit more cost. In this case, High Street is immediately on the east side of the road and has drainage coming from it. Like Jeff indicated, is another municipal drain, and there is drainage from that area coming across and using it. So I have seen some adjustments made from the appellant or the benefiting residential landowner to a road to accommodate what the court deems to be what they're attempting to do. It's an option, but you know, it has been used. If you wish me to provide the calculations in writing, that is simply done.
But I guess, yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is dangerous. Like I mean, when we use it so loosely, you know, applying it to the municipality, which is, you know, it's almost like free money, and it's not, and it's, you know, it's all our constituents. So Jeff wants to speak. I'll be curious what he has to say.
I'll just, a couple of comments maybe to help moving forward. I do have the tender results coming through later in the council, and we are seeing the tender, and because we are trying to move this tender or this project along at the present time, we're looking at roughly a 42% savings with what we were estimating at. You know, so I can't work that backwards, and we certainly cannot nail down what Mr. Foster will change to, but with a 42% savings on the tender, there will definitely be a considerable, the assessments will go down considerably across the board in relation. So it's hard, I can't put a hard figure on that, but I can say for sure that the tender has come in at 42% cheaper. The other comment I would make for council, and this is just a review of that area, as stormwater from the Granton area on the north side, we do depend on this drain. Now, if you look at the assessment already to the roads, we are the second highest already. Having said that, it is very important to the town of Granton to have this drain in there. So if there was a desire, I would lean more towards the fact that it is an important to the road department than rather trying to pick and choose individual properties through Granton. But that's just my comment based on how important this is to the stormwater system in Granton. So
that's very good news. So it's 42% below what, again, projected numbers are all going to reduce. You know, after hearing everything, I'll make the motion to accept. So
as presented, accept the report and the assessments as presented.
As presented, in light of what Jeff has just given me too. Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so that motion was made by Deputy Mayor and seconder, Councillor Regan.
I'll second the motion. Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on that? So understanding that we've heard the request from the resident, discussed it, and the motion is to still accept the report as presented. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all opposed to that motion? And that is carried. So next steps on this.
Madam Mayor, so we will have a 21-day period. If I'm right, Mike, and then we will be looking at having a third reading of the bylaw to approve everything. So there is a period. There is a period at which we'll sit on this, and then we'll have, after 21 days, have a third reading of the bylaw to make it official.
So first and second reading is tonight? Is that it? Or we already had the first and second reading?
Yeah, I think we already had that on September.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. So we've already had the first and second, and once the appeal period's done, then the third and final reading. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mike, with that, for providing us more information. And with that, I do need a motion to close the Court of Revision for Hodgins B Drain.
I moved it.
Councillor Westman and Councillor Regan, all opposed, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on to the rest of our council meeting, and at this time, I would like to welcome Dean Croker, the OPP Detachment Coordinator, to join us for his annual visit to Lucan Biddulph. And I guess if you want to unmute Dean, and if you've got the ability to put the camera on, that would be great. And then I will turn it over to you for your report.
All right, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just trying to, my camera was on a minute ago. And
oh, the joys of, there he is,
yeah.
There he is.
All right. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak before you tonight. And I do enjoy my my yearly visit to Lucan Biddulph and the council meeting. I do just want to start off with, I did submit a report to the deputy clerk prior to the deadline requested. I didn't have a chance to look through it until yesterday, and I have found some discrepancies in the report. So page 1 is accurate. The subsequent pages, there would be some discrepancies if anybody's had a chance to look at the report, which, and I'll leave it to council and yourself, Madam Mayor, is I can go over page 1 and provide details on that, or I don't have to come to Lucan Biddulph once a year. I can come back at the end of the year or at a time that's agreeable to council, and I can do a proper report.
Sure. I mean, we're always happy to see you. I guess the question would be, is the discrepancy that much? Maybe it does warrant you to come back at the end of the year with a more fulsome report.
Yeah. So what the discrepancies are on page 1, it if anybody's had a chance to look at it, it gives the overview of the calls for service in the broader categories. The subsequent pages kind of break down what would come under property crime, under violent crime. And that's where the discrepancies are on the subsequent pages. They won't equal what is on page 1. Okay. And some of it would be, if you had looked at it, some of the numbers would be alarming. And yeah, so that page right there that's on the screen is accurate. It'd be the subsequent pages that are not. So I can easily go into detail on page 1. I have notes here, but unfortunately I wasn't in a position to get them to the deputy clerk today to provide to you. So I'm at your mercy, at your wishes as to what is best for yourself and council tonight. Okay,
well, why don't we then speak to page 1? And I know that can kind of give us an overview of where we are, and we can maybe then move into the highway traffic amendments and discuss that, and then as you say, come back maybe at the end of the year or the beginning of 2021, and we can look at the numbers a little bit more in depth.
No, absolutely. And yeah, I would suggest maybe just to give a fulsome picture, maybe if it's early in 2021, I can then give you a proper year to date from January to December 31st for 2020 compared to 2019.
Perfect.
All right. Well, thanks once again for this opportunity. So the under the billing category in our billing summary for calls for service, the good news is in all the categories except for one, and I can explain what that is. Calls for service in Lucan Biddulph dropped in 2020 versus 2019. So in the first category, violent crime, violent criminal code crime, it's 13 calls for the year to date. And we ran this from January till August in 2020 versus 17. In that category, what that encompasses is sexual assaults, assaults with a weapon, cause bodily harm, simple assault, which would be your standard assault where it's a fist fight, robberies, uttering threats. So it's always good to see in our communities where those numbers are on the decrease. The next category, which is obviously always a huge one in any community, is our property crime. Very happy to report the significant drop from 66 property crime repeated calls for service in 2019 to 40 in 2020. And then just for an overview of what the main offenses in that, or main calls for service would be, is break and enter or thefts under, theft of motor vehicles, fraud, shoplifting. So that encompasses those. But predominantly the bigger ones in the communities are break and enters, theft under, theft overs, and theft for motor vehicles or theft of motor vehicles. So a significant drop in 2020. The area that did have an increase is other criminal code violations, and that includes, they're more court proceedings, they're bail violations, recognizances, and just looking at the difference, there was a trespass by night and another disturb the peace. So we had a couple more trespass issues in 2020 than we did in 2019. So that's where the significant increase is. And we had 4 more bail violations. So it's people released before on court recognizances and not following conditions. The drug possessions, this is kind of a tricky, I shouldn't say tricky, but it doesn't actually reflect the work of drugs or drug issues in a community. So in 2020 and 2019, we had 2 drug possession charges. And those charges are essentially the proactive charges by the officers stopping or talking to somebody on the street. It doesn't reflect ongoing drug investigations or matters that are still under investigation. So that the 2 charges in this case here, they would be simple possession charges where officers were dealing with individuals on the street or in vehicles and were able to make a seizure, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the drug work or reflect that whether a community has a drug problem or not. Statutes and acts, this is a lot of our, falls under provincial statutes, but the main statutes that get captured in here are mental health and trespass of property. So I mentioned earlier, there's a trespass at night. That's a criminal code offense. Trespass to property is a provincial offense. Still happy to see the numbers go down, but just to give you an indication, the numbers that we have in that area are there's 5 related to trespass to property, and the rest are dealing with mental health concerns and calls for service, and that's a community concern at all times, and especially in this day and age. And at the county level, Madam Mayor, I did bring some news, and I'm in a position I can share the same information to your council. Is that Middlesex OPP has put a proposal in partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association, and we are awaiting an announcement from the Southwest LHIN, obviously the body of the Ministry of Health that handles all funding, to have a dedicated mental health clinician working embedded in our office in Middlesex. What that's going to look like is that clinician will be paired up with an officer, so they will be responding to mental health calls for service, so that when our officers, when the units get there, immediately a properly trained person dealing with mental health will be able to start input, as opposed to what's happened in the past is our officers only have really two choices. They determine that the person is not in need and they leave them with family members if that's the case, or there's the transfer to the hospital to wait and see if a physician will see that there's a mental health crisis that needs to be examined further, and then at that point in time, they're admitted to hospital. So I'm very excited about this. Not to take anything away from police, but we are not the best trained in mental health. We are definitely have the tools to deal with it, but there are obviously people in our communities. We have services that are better served in dealing with this, and this program will take us to the next level. And we do have one other program that will be announced, I'm hoping shortly, which is going to affect the Middlesex County as well. And it's a call diversion program. But at that point, I'm not able to speak any more about that. But we're adding tools into our mental health capacity calls for service. The next two categories, the operational and operational 2, they encompass the vast majority of our calls for service, such as animal complaints, alarms, building fires, noise complaints, business noise complaints, found property, lost license plates. So looking at the operational, there's a slight increase from 2019. And essentially that's had to do with, in that category was unwanted persons. And that's, we had 6 more than the previous year, which almost brings us up to to explain the difference. Nothing of significance to the community. And operational 2 deals with a lot of 911 hangups. And moving forward, we've already seen a decrease. So in 2019, you had 89 calls in the operational 2. 2020, we've down to 70. The OPP's implemented a new program for 911 calls, pocket dials, the hangups. So the communities are going to see less calls for service because our communication centers are going to be triaging those calls to ensure that before sending officers, that they are actually calls that need police response. And the traffic is just encapsulates the fatal car accidents, personal injury car accidents, property damage over the reported limit and then under. And in 2020, there was a reduction of 4 versus 2019. So overall, your calls for service from year to date to January to August of 2020 are down from 2019.
Okay, well, that's a good news story so far. So before I open it up for comment, a couple things. I know I was part of the call when you made that announcement about your partnership with Canadian Mental Health. And I just say the same thing I said to you a couple weeks ago. Congratulations. I've had the opportunity to speak to you on a number of occasions about the importance of mental health aversion and support for mental health crisis. And I think that, I think everybody acknowledges that, you became police officers for a reason. You didn't become mental health crisis workers, and so your policing has changed over the years, and this is just a tremendous step for our residents, and I just congratulate you. I think it's a great partnership, and excited about how this will be rolled out. So congratulations for that. Any questions or comments on the statistics that have been provided in the report? Councillor Regan.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. I feel so much safer. You're in the community, let me tell you. I think a lot of people feel that way. I just have 2 questions. You're welcome. On the chart, I just don't understand the one column. It says time standard. What does that mean? I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry. So time standard is what our municipal policing bureau, which they take care of all the municipal contracts and billing that go out. And that time standard is the average time that, so under the violent crime, they're looking at the hours spent on those investigations. as a weighted number. So that's what they use as the benchmark for billing purposes.
Right. The other one question I had, or maybe comment, and I don't know if you can answer, but when I was going through this and reading this, and I was looking at the sexual assault stat from 5 to 9 is an increase of 80%.
Yeah.
And I was kind of shocked. Very shocked. And I'm just wondering, as a community, do we need to maybe start a public awareness campaign for victims or for people who may witness this? Or an 80% increase, it just kind of really bothered me. And I'm just wondering if there's something we can do as a municipality, as a township to, I don't know, just get the word out, help, resources for people. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a jump like that before. So,
and Councilor Regan, thank you very much for that. And that's actually when I looked at the report yesterday and I saw that number jump out, I knew something was wrong, and that's where I realized that there was data input errors in the subsequent pages. So what I can report to you accurately is in 2019, Lucan Biddulph had 2 sexual assaults. In 2020, Lucan Biddulph has had 1.
All right.
So yeah, I was appalled and shocked when I saw the 80% increase, but that's it is an error.
Right. Yeah, 1's still too many, but okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Any other, Councilor Mastarakis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Croker, for coming tonight.
Yeah. Dean's fine. Thank you.
So when we look at the stats, how much can be attributed up or down to COVID? So when people are home, there's probably less property crime.
Yes, absolutely. No, and that's a fair observation. And where we did see an increase in the under the operational category from the 167 to up from 158. I mentioned unwanted persons. Our domestics, family violence, or family disturbances did go up during COVID. There are, I guess, there are some families that should only spend so much time together, and unfortunately, during the quarantine or self-imposed quarantine, we did see our domestics and family disturbances numbers go up, and we did have some more additional unwanted calls. So yes, I would say that the property crime did go down, and a lot of it would be as a result of from March 16th, when the province went into the Emergency Management Civil Protection Act, and people were now working from home. That would be a strong factor as to some of the reduction in property crimes, for sure.
One other question, if you don't mind, and we're going to be dealing with this as a topic later on tonight, is I don't know if it's anecdotal, but I've seen a lot of people speeding since COVID, and a lot of people talking about more speeding, greater speeding through subdivisions on the highway. Is that happening, or is it just anecdotal?
No, I would definitely say, like for policing right now, it's we'll wait and see how it as we move into this, what they're calling the second wave or the continuation. Definitely from March, April, May, when people were at home, there weren't as many vehicles on the roadways, whether it was municipal or provincial highways. Yeah, more people were speeding because there was fewer obstacles in their way. There was fewer cars on the road, and they were speeding. So in relationship to stunt driving, which is the speeds that exceed 50 kilometers an hour in any speed limit or any speed zone, we were seeing an increase in some of those offenses, and then even just regular speeding offenses, because people were able to travel without any restrictions, nobody blocking them. And so what's your observations to be able to say, to quantify it with a number? I can't, but yeah, our officers did see that there was an increase in speeding as a result of COVID.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Manders.
I've actually got a few questions, but is Dean, was it just that, or is he got more to report as far as off-road vehicles and things, or is this the end of your report, Dean?
Well, this will be the end of my kind of my summary for calls for service.
Okay, so a few questions. One is the, I guess one, I'm wondering more for a time frame, and unless you can answer this definitively, so I don't drive my CAO nuts with a feedback, is there anything you can look into that we can be proactive in our community to establish a better relationship to ensuring that our OPP station longevity stays in Lucan Biddulph? You could find that out. Is there anything we can do? Sometimes I think some of these things, it's a foregone conclusion. We get notice and it's done. We're a growing community. We always worry about sewer and water and taxes. And honestly, I think our community would feel it devastating if you close that station. And I would like you to get back to Ron with who the contact is, or if there is anything we can do proactively to enhance the relationship or not, and who that person is. And if they say it's not, then at least we can tell our community.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, I can absolutely. I will report back to Mr. Reimers on that, but I can let you know right now, there is no discussion anywhere of closing down the attachment in Lucan Biddulph.
No, that's not my question. Is there anything we can do to enhance our relationship and to ensure that in the future, if there's ever a look at it, that is there anything we can do to be proactive on? That's my question. I understand that there's not, like, is there anything we should be doing proactively to enhance our relationship? That's my question.
I will get that information to Mr. Reimers.
Okay. And then when I ask Ron for an update, when should I start? like all kidding aside, like 4 weeks, like, which is fine. I mean, you got to get back to your people. This is, I think, very, very much of more of a concern to our community than we realize. So I'm almost glad this is on video. So.
Yeah, please give me 4 weeks.
Okay, 4 weeks.
I'll have something back to Ron in less than 4 weeks, but you can start bugging him in 4 weeks.
And if there's nothing we can be proactive in, then that's fine. At least we know the name and who said that. Yep. Next thing is the off-road vehicle. I don't know enough about it. I'm sorry. So it looks like there's 2 new vehicles, like a 6-wheeler and a side-by-side.
Yes.
And does our community need to do anything to the bylaws, or how does that work for transportation?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
If I may, Madam Mayor, maybe I could jump in at this point. When the deputy clerk and the mayor were reviewing the meeting tonight, I said the last time we dealt with this issue was probably prior to any current member of council sitting on council. So it was a number of years ago. I'm thinking probably 10 years ago. But Inspector Croker, your representative at that point in time had told us that there's basically an option for council to pass a bylaw to allow all-terrain vehicles, ATVs. At that point, I think there was probably 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers, and dirt bikes on the road, on the municipal roadway, by virtue of council passing a bylaw. So at that point, the representative from the OPP had told council that in his opinion, at that point in time, he recommended that we not pass any bylaws, leaving the door open to some, I guess, leeway or more options in the pocket of the OPP. Because if council, Lucan Biddulph Council passed a bylaw to allow all these types of vehicles on our roadway, and we were getting complaints about reckless driving for these vehicles or whatever, some complaints, and the OPP did come across some of these vehicles. However, those vehicles were being operated in the proper manner at that point in time, even though maybe 15 minutes ago when they got the call, they weren't. They're kind of handcuffed, because as long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing at the time the OPP see them, there's not as much enforcement that they can do. So if council didn't pass the bylaw and remain status quo, most of those responsible drivers would not be bothered by the OPP if they're minding their own business. But if there are problems and the OPP do start to get complaints, they have more options in their back pocket in order to deal with that, because then they can pull the person over and start asking questions. So I hope I said that right, Dean.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, definitely a position the council can look at, and that's the issue, and I shouldn't say issue. Obviously, when it comes to this topic, well, the OPP, the police will follow and enforce any laws that are put in place by municipal council, whether a bylaw to allow or not, if it is status quo. Just some of the things that council should consider is the OPP doesn't necessarily, we could deal with off-road vehicles as long as they're on a roadway. We don't have the members or equipment in the area to be able to investigate off-road complaints off-road. So we're not going to be able to go to a spot where there's a side-by-side or a three-wheeler, four-wheeler. We can make the arrangements to get the equipment. And then at that point in time, we're taking officers off the road to go investigate. So it's a give and take to consider. But obviously, if council pass a bylaw allowing the new off-road vehicles in all the categories on the municipal streets or in streets that are selected by the council, the OPP will enforce it, but our enforcement may be somewhat limited as to where and what we can actually do.
Okay, so right now on the side-by-side and the six-wheelers, providing I believe you can right now, can your officers charge somebody if they're limited speed, abiding the laws of the road, staying to the side and doing that? I believe they can when we don't have a bylaw, providing they're yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. And I agree with the CAO on his comments also. So yeah. No, it does make sense. So if they get a call, again, you got to abide the laws, and you're okay. The last question, this might be really dumb. I don't know, but is there ever consideration? Our town's pretty unique as far as flow of traffic, and when it comes to break and enters and different things like that, we got our township office, Highway 4 heading out of town. We've got the OPP station at a hot corner there, and setting up cameras strategically in your community so that, if there's a break and enter or a crime committed, that we've got cameras on our main Highway 4 running that street, that basically got William Street. You've got 2 or 3 streets, and then, we'd have everything covered, that if they wanted to review the camera at certain hours, at least you'd have a good visual of the vehicle, potential license plate. Again, strategically, we have 2 great buildings at each end of our town. Is that something they do, or is that something that should be considered?
Absolutely, can be looked into. And at this point in time, I'd have to get back to you to see. I know we do have detachment areas where there are policing cameras, such as in Aurelia, some of the other municipalities, larger municipalities that we police. I'd have to get back to you as to the feasibility of doing it. It's something that hasn't been raised before, but I will look into it.
Because that cost, I think, depending on budget and our rest of council, yeah. I think those 2 exit points and entry points into our community could be a real benefit to the police officers.
Yep.
So okay. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Westman.
Hi, Dean. I've had a few calls recently and spoke with some ratepayers. Obviously, with the kids going back to school and school buses stopping twice a day, letting kids on and off, there's a concern about pedestrian safety and speeding. And I mean, I've heard lots from some of our residents in Granton and along Roman Line and along Beach Street. So I'd be remiss in my duties if I didn't bring it up and mention that there's been a lot of concern. I'm sure you guys have heard quite a bit yourself. Parents are probably calling you saying, hey, can you put a speed check on this road or that road. But I just wanted to make that point and say it out loud in the public meeting. So thank you.
And, Councillor Westman, thanks very much. And I do appreciate when council reaches out to me to report these community traffic concerns, because we don't actually, very seldom do we get calls from the public. It seems that they report to their community members, to council, and quite often we're not hearing it. So I know we have actually had some enforcement issue in the past, especially in Granton with the school buses. I'll bring this to the sergeant's attention, and we can put that back on the radar. So I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Great. Any other comments, questions? I think that we've dealt with the ATV discussion. I think Dean gave us a good overview, supported by Ron. Were there any other questions on the ATV? Jeff?
Yeah, just a minor comment. I know one of the changes that are coming up is that the ministry through the Highway Traffic Act is asking us to implement a bylaw to keep them off the road coming up in the new year. So the idea behind this kind of conversation is that as long as everybody's still in agreement, we'll still keep ATVs off the streets. It just may mean that we may be bringing a bylaw through in December to do that. So.
And then understanding that even though there's the bylaw there, there's still restraints that the police might have in enforcing that bylaw. So, okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll let you go, Dean. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. If I could just get a motion to accept the report from the OPP for information, that would be good. Councillor Westman and Councillor Regan, all opposed? That's carried. It's good to see you, and I guess we'll probably see you in the new year then.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor, Council, thanks very much for your time tonight. Look forward to seeing you in January, February.
Great, thanks so much. Moving on, our next delegation, we've got Andrew Henry, the Director of Regional Water Supply, joining us tonight. And I have the pleasure of working with Andrew on the Lake Huron Primary Water Supply Board that I sit on and currently chair. I think actually we've got a meeting this week, and I think that might be my last meeting, and then we'll be changing chairs in the new year, I believe. But my last meeting as chair. Thank you for joining us, Andrew. I know you've been on the line for a bit, waiting patiently to join us. So with that, I will turn it over to you. And I think you've got the screen sharing that you can bring your report up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Can everybody see my presentation screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. First, thank you very much, and good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight about the discussions that are occurring related to the Municipal Services Board, Municipal Services Corporations, and the Lake Huron Water Supply System. I do have a brief presentation for you tonight, and I'm available for questions at your discretion. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Andrew Henry, and I'm the Director of Regional Water for the Lake Huron and Elgin Area Water Supply Systems. I've been with the regional water systems now for over 20 years, and I'm responsible for the administration and operations of the water supply to about 15 municipalities in this region of southwestern Ontario. Before I begin this presentation, I'd like to emphasize and take this opportunity to ensure that you understand that the content presented in tonight should not be construed as a legal opinion, and that you are encouraged to seek a legal advice as you see fit. So this brief presentation will provide an overview of the background of the water system, the formation of the existing governance structure and its relationships to the benefiting municipalities. It'll also outline the issues that we're attempting to address and provide an overview of the options that are under the Municipal Act, including implications to ownership, liability, and financial risk. The presentation will also briefly review board governance, for each of these options and suggest considerations for the benefiting municipalities, and as well as the next steps that need to be considered. So as you may recall, there was a number of components to the order that was issued by the province of Ontario that established the regional water systems. The order created the Board of Management and specifically addressed such items as roles and responsibilities, appointments of members, voting structure, authority to change the administration, and approve operating and capital budgets. The order also included references that the board may have a bank account and may enter into legal contracts. This implying that the board was a body corporate, although it wasn't explicit in its application or in its documentation. So for the purpose of this presentation and the discussions with the municipality, a body corporate has a specific definition in law. A body corporate does not necessarily mean a corporation under the Business Corporations Act, as there are a number of legal entities that could be considered a body corporate. So under the transfer order, the City of London was initially identified as what's called the administering municipality and required to provide administrative service to the board. To do so, the City of London created a regional water supply division and seconded those staff to report to the board. This staff, or this division that I lead, does not report to London City Council. We report to the Water Board only. The division is responsible for the provision of all administrative services and management oversight. Some of those services are procured through the City of London on a fee-for-service basis, while others are provided by third parties as necessary. It's important to note that when the board authorizes the use of debt, the city must issue the debenture on behalf of the board. So as the board's administration, this seconded division is responsible for all management and administration of the regional water system. It is responsible for long-term planning, engineering, construction, operations, maintenance, and repair, currently through a contracted service. It is responsible for compliance, risk management, security, financial planning, information technology, as well as various other external services. So for the purpose, for legal purposes, the City of London is acting as what's called a bare trustee on behalf of the water systems. So this trustee relationship is necessary for the purpose of such thing as the registration of real property. Regardless, each benefiting municipality, including Lucan Biddulph, has an undivided beneficial interest in the water system as a tenant in common, along with all of the other municipalities. There are no divided shares, there is no apportionment of ownership, and there is no apportionment of system capacity. So acting in its own right, the regional water systems have their own budget, financial reserves, bylaws, and policies. They maintain their own financial plans, asset management plans, master water plans, and management systems. And the identity is separate and distinct from any of the benefiting municipalities. So the transfer order basically implies that the board and the system is a body corporate, but it doesn't explicitly say it. And while the board coincidentally could be considered to meet the definition of a local board under the Municipal Act, the Municipal Act itself does not specifically address a board created by the province through an order under the Transfer Act, or the Municipal Water and Sewage Systems Transfer Act. Accordingly, the crux of the problem is twofold. One, the legal status of the board is in question, despite the order, despite the act, which also has implications related to employer status, legal liability to the board, as well as legal liability to the municipalities and their respective municipal councils, including Lucan Biddulph. Secondly, it also has financial implications to the benefiting municipality related to the system debt. If the board acting independently authorizes debt, then the debenture must be issued and each municipality is responsible for carrying a proportionate share of that debt on your financial statements. You do not have the ability to say no. So that brings us to the ongoing discussions with all of the benefiting municipalities to address the significant legal and financial issues. We met with municipalities over a year ago to provide an initial overview of the options available in the Municipal Act, and then again earlier this year to discuss specific details of those considerations. So those of you that are intimately familiar with the Municipal Act, Section 196 to 202 deals with municipal services boards. And in this case, because we're dealing with multiple municipalities, Section 202 deals with what's called a joint municipal services board, meaning municipalities jointly get together to create a services board. So that municipal services board acts as a, the municipal services board operates outside of the direction of the direct governance of the municipal councils and reports to a separate board, but is intrinsically linked to the municipality as if it were an arm's length department. So the activities of the Municipal Services Board is limited in the Municipal Act, and the scope of services that is defined by the agreement that establishes the board. Under Section 203, as well as Regulation 599 of the Municipal Act, municipalities are entitled to create a municipal services corporation. The corporation is an independent entity required to provide specific service or services on behalf of those municipalities and within the defined scope established by the shareholders' declaration, which is just another term for an agreement. And as well, this corporation must be publicly owned. It cannot be in whole or in part privately owned. The established corporation allows for a degree of liability shield to the shareholder municipalities, meaning that first and foremost, this corporation is entirely responsible or almost entirely responsible for its legal and financial liabilities. So a workshop was held earlier this summer with representatives of each of the municipalities supplied by the regional water systems. A discussion document and the summary options were discussed at that time and presented, and this presentation is a further summary of those discussions. So as I noted at that time, and what I'll go through tonight is there are three basic options that are being discussed. One being do nothing. We continue with in the legal limbo under the current structure under the Water and Systems Transfer Act. The municipalities could elect to create a joint municipal services board under Section 202 of the Municipal Act, or establish a municipal services corporation under the Municipal Act. Now, under each of these, under the last two options, there are numerous iterations and variations on which the options could be considered, and but they still generally fall into those categories. As always, do nothing is an option. This would mean that the water system's legal status would continue to be in question. Also, the municipalities would continue to have undivided beneficial ownership, and the City of London would continue as bearer trustee. If the board authorizes debt, the debt must be issued, and each municipality must hold a proportionate share of that debt without the ability to say no. In addition, the legal liability would continue to extend back to each of the benefiting municipalities and their respective council, including joint and several liability. Currently, there is a joint board of management for each of the water systems, and I administer both the Lake Huron and Elgin area water systems. But each of those systems share a common administration through this seconded division. As a joint municipal services board, the legal status of the board would be confirmed as a body corporate. Additionally, the board members would continue to be appointed by municipalities and may be, at the option of the municipality, a skills-based board. The financial implications would continue similar to the do nothing in that the municipalities must carry a proportionate share of the debt. Legal liability would be continued to extend to each municipality, but only to a minor degree. There is some liability shield there. The scope of the services board would be specifically defined and limited by agreement, including the reporting requirements to the Municipal Act. There are still provisions of the Municipal Act that still have to be abided by, including things like the Planning Act, provincial policy statements, code of conducts, and restrictions on closed meetings. Conceptually, the Joint Municipal Services Board would look virtually identical to the existing circumstances. It could also perform virtually identical to the existing circumstances. It could have its own employees should the municipalities allow it. The administration would then need to be defined and managed accordingly. But if that means the relationship between the two boards were to continue, there would have to be some agreement between those boards on that shared administrative service. As a municipal services corporation, the legal status is again confirmed as a body corporate, but the corporation must be publicly owned and is restricted from specific private enterprises. Board members would be continued to be appointed by municipalities, likely through a defined nomination and approval process, and could be at the discretion of the board, a skills-based board in whole or in part, as determined by the municipalities. If allowed to by the shareholders' declaration, the corporation could hold its own debt, have its own employees. In addition, the established corporation could also shield the municipalities from their respective councils from legal liability. The corporation would provide specific services as required by the individual municipalities. In addition, the corporation could, at the municipality's discretion, provide additional services as required by an individual municipality, in addition to the general scope of service established by the regional operation. For example, in addition to the treatment and wholesale supply of drinking water to benefiting municipalities, and an individual municipality may require the corporation to manage their water distribution system, including finances and capital investment. Alternatively, a municipality could require the corporation to provide meter reading and billing services, or perhaps the municipality would require them to undertake accredited laboratory services. The corporation is not required to hold public meetings in public unless it is required to do so by the municipalities, but it must abide by the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. In its simplest example, a board governance and regional relationship may look like this. And the administrative relationship were to continue, one corporation could potentially contract with the other for the administrative services and oversight. As I had mentioned earlier, there are numerous possible variations and models that could be discussed. One, for example, could be all municipalities in the region could establish one holding corporation, which would be responsible for region-wide implications of employment, policies, asset management, finance, compliance, and risk management. There could also be two subsidiary corporations, one for each of Huron and Elgin, that would be responsible for the services in those specific areas. If allowed to by the shareholders' declaration, other subsidiary corporations could be established in future for providing services to those subsidiary corporations or to the benefiting municipalities. Now, I'd like to emphasize that these are just examples, and any possible scope of service are all hypothetical and subject to the agreement by the benefiting municipality. The joint boards of management and any individual, the joint boards of management themselves do not have standing and cannot participate in these discussions. It is entirely the purview of the municipalities to determine the governance structure and the entity under the Municipal Act. So this presentation should not be construed as a preference to one model over another, and it should not be an indication of what recommended scope may or may not be. This is entirely up to the municipalities and subject to further discussions. And so further variations on these themes could be joining the two regional water systems into one governing entity with two service areas. This arrangement could be undertaken for either a municipal services board or a municipal services corporation. So regardless of whether it's a service board or a corporation, there are options with regard to board governance. The current appointment process allows individual municipalities to appoint a person or persons to the board without limits to the term of the appointment, or the limitations of the term of the appointment. An appointed person could be anyone, including elected officials, and the appointed member is required by law to act in the best interest of the regional water system, not the municipality that appointed it. So this arrangement can certainly be continued through either a municipal services board or a municipal services corporation model. A skills-based board, in the alternative, would require municipalities to establish a process for nominating and approving persons for a specific term. This is especially beneficial when municipalities may want to ensure a cross-section of expertise and experience on the board, including things like legal, corporate accounting, corporate governance, asset management, utility operations. And while board members would not be intimately involved in the day-to-day management, the administration of the corporation, a skills-based board provides a multitude of points of view to the benefit of the corporation and its municipalities when it comes to the corporate policy, finances, and governance. In reality, the municipalities could also implement a combination of a direct municipal appointment and a skills-based board. So now, with specific regard to a possible shareholders declaration, the same workshop held earlier this year also discussed an outline of a possible shareholders declaration without specific elements within each of those subject areas. This was only provided for discussion purposes only and just providing an example of the possible scope and content of an agreement. An agreement for establishing a joint municipal services board would be virtually identical, with the exception that the agreement cannot allow the system to hold debt or assets. So in the outline provided at that time, the shareholders declaration is the governing document which frames the scope of the services to be provided, limitations imposed on the corporation by the municipalities, and the reporting relationships to the benefiting municipality. This is the key document that defines what the entity is and is not, and limits the scope of services provided and the activities undertaken by that corporation. So in closing, I'd like to emphasize two elements. The first is options that should be considered by you, the municipality. As we collectively discuss on the possibility, some things the municipalities should consider in deliberating whether to establish a joint municipal services board or a corporation include the degree of dependence or independence of the water systems from the municipality. It's easy a concept. The more dependence the municipality has, or the water systems have to the municipality, the more legal liability there is on the municipality on the activities of that water system. How are the board members appointed? Are they appointed directly from the municipalities? Is it an open called skills-based board or a combination thereof? Who do you want to hold the debt and the liabilities? How is the administration provided? Who is the employer? You have to define the specific scope of service and or limitations for the Municipal Services Board and the Municipal Services Corporation. And are there any additional services that an individual municipality may want that corporation or board to undertake? In order to facilitate the detailed discussions and negotiations, a steering committee is being established with representatives from each municipality. While no final decisions are being made by the committee itself, the appointees should be empowered to represent the municipality in what is essentially a negotiated process. And yes, I am trying to get 15 municipalities to agree to the same thing, or at least 8 of them in Huron system and the Elgin system. Appointees will be required to represent their municipalities' interests at the committee, as well as present recommendations and issues to their respective municipalities from the committee. Depending on the recommendation of the committee and the agreement by the municipalities, there are a number of subsequent processes that will be required in establishing either a corporation or municipal services board. With that, Madam Mayor and Council, if there's any specific questions or comments that you'd like me to address at this time, I'd be happy to do so. Or you can contact me after this, afterwards, and I can follow up on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that presentation, Andrew. It's a lot of information to take in and digest. And obviously, as Andrew laid out the next steps, we're not making a decision tonight, just being provided with what's on the table. So with that, though, are there any questions at this time for Mr. Henry? Any comments? Councillor Mastarakis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andrew, good to see you. Hope you're doing, you and your family are well.
Yep, thank you.
Question, can you remind me the time frame that you're looking for this to occur?
This is not a simple or a fast process. I've tried to explain this as I'm basically going to be trying to herd cats while nailing Jello to the wall. So this is going to be probably a year-long process of discussions before we even get close to an agreement. Assuming that it's even fast-tracked, the new entity likely won't start until at least early 2022 or the end of 2022.
And number two, have you seen any other organizations go through a similar process throughout Canada or other areas? And
so in Ontario, the Ontario Municipal Act, the ability for a municipality to create a municipal services board or a corporation has been around in 2007, since 2007. And in 2008, we first started discussions at the board level to see if we wanted to investigate. But there really wasn't any experience within the Ontario structure of these entities. So we waited until about 2018, and there's actually quite a few corporations and boards that have been established since. Most of the boards relate to things like airport services. There's shared boards related to environmental or ecological partnerships between municipalities. But there are several municipal corporations dealing with municipal utilities. InServe or Innisfil Services is a great example. The discussion document that I had provided, and I believe your CIO has a copy of it, I can certainly provide it, does give some examples just in title alone, but there are numerous examples in Ontario of both municipal corporations and municipal services boards.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? Councillor Regan.
Thank you. So just forgive me for this if it's not well phrased. I think Councillor Westman or Deputy Mayor Manders had mentioned that the size of the municipality, they get more than one vote. Is that when they're making decisions? Is that, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I guess when I'm listening to this, and I'm just wondering, it seems that and I know we're going to be all one big happy family, but I'm just wondering what kind of provisions are in this to make sure that, you know, Lucan Biddulph gets an equal say, and how do we protect those interests of Lucan Biddulph? It didn't seem to me like it's almost like shareholder equity is what I'm looking for, and I didn't see that or hear that. So unless I'm missing it, so.
There's a number of sorry, Madam Mayor and Council, if I could, excuse me. There's a number of opportunities for the municipalities, and it could be structured virtually as it is now. At the moment, the Lake Huron system has a number of representatives appointed from each municipality, and it is a weighted vote, although I believe in the 21 years now that I've been involved, we've only used weighted votes once. We've been able to achieve consensus for the last, well, since I've been involved in the system. That proportionality of appointments could be continued. However, the representation, and I don't like to use the word representation because legally I'm not allowed to, even in the current structure. Your appointed member does not actually represent the municipality. Once they're appointed and sitting at the board, they're dealing with the board related issues for the benefit. Now, we do take into account things like the appropriateness of decisions and policies to make sure it's equitable across all the municipalities. So we're very careful in that regard. The corporate shareholder declaration or the services board agreement would specifically define what you're allowed to do and how you're allowed to consider it, but it would also define the number of appointees to the board, how they're appointed, what they're allowed to consider, what their experience is. So in that regard, the agreement or the declaration always defines that relationship similar to what it is now. Shareholder equity can be, excuse me, can be defined within the agreement. Right now, it could be regardless of the volume that you currently take. It could be one municipality, one share, or it could be one share that is that is shared by all municipalities. It's no longer 8 shares. In essence, right now you have one share, and that share is everybody owns it. It's kind of like owning a car with 8 people's names on it, on the ownership. It's only one car, but there's 8 people that own it.
Yeah, who's going to drive? Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Well, seeing none, thank you very much, Andrew. I'm just going to confirm what Andrew said about how it is around the discussion around the table obviously my experiences with Lake Huron. Everybody that sits around that table does come with the best interest and makes the decisions, obviously, from a water supply system standpoint. And even though it's a weighted vote, as Andrew said, like they've only used it once. And, Lucan Biddulph's vote weight is smaller than some other municipalities, but I've never been made to feel that our voice and our concerns aren't being addressed by all the member municipalities. Everybody looks at it as a regional system, and everybody looks out for how the water is being distributed throughout the whole system. So I would echo what Andrew said. So with that, I would entertain a motion to accept Andrew's report for information. Councillor Westman, seconder, Councillor Regan. All opposed? That's carried. As Andrew said, there's still going to be a lot of work ahead of us to get this done. Jeff and I, we are appointed as the representatives. So we will continue to keep you updated as this works out over the next year to 18 months. Hopefully we can get it put to bed in time for a new term of council. It would be great if it could all line up that way. Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Okay, moving on. It's 20 to 9. Is everybody good? I'm assuming if you need a coffee or a glass of water, you're able to get that. I think we don't need to take a break. We can keep moving on. Nods of heads. Good. Okay, so the minutes. You've got the minutes from our council meeting of September 15th. And the closed session minutes from April 21st, July 14th, August 11th, and September 15th were also circulated for you to look at. If there is no corrections to be made, I would like a motion to approve all of those minutes as circulated. Councillor Regan.
Yeah, motion to be accept. Yeah.
Westman to accept.
Yes.
Okay. All opposed? And that's carried. Got some business arising, and it's all just ongoing. And unless anybody had anything that they wanted to add to that, Deputy Mayor.
I would like, whatever the first meeting is, 4 weeks past, the update from Ron, from Dean on the OPP question. Put that on there.
Yes. Just make a note of that as well. Okay, correspondence. We received a number of communications since our last meeting. And Ron, I think you wanted to speak to the first one.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first letter is the letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and it's in regards to the changes to the community benefit portion of the development charges. It's quite a change from the way it used to be, and I believe the consultant BM Ross did mention that when they presented their initial report. So what I'm going to be doing on a go-forward basis is asking them, as our consultant and the ones who drafted the original development charges bylaw, what do the changes in this legislation mean to Lucan Biddulph, and how does that affect us, and what options are open to councils? So we are meeting as a group next Wednesday, so I will be putting that to them, and we should be able to get a response, I would hope. Doubt in time for the next meeting, but hopefully for the first meeting in November.
Were there any other letters that we received or communications that we received that anybody on council wanted to highlight? Okay, I would just mention the letter from the resident that we received regarding the flowers. So as always, it's great when people take the time to recognize that. Moving on to our committee reports, CEDC, Lisa, or yeah.
Good evening. I think I may just cover my staff report kind of in the EDC. It kind of goes both ways, I guess, my report and the committee report. Excuse me. So the committee met last week. We had a good little discussion on the review of 2020, and we kind of had a general discussion about how we can maybe help out our businesses during this crisis from this fall into winter, what sort of projects we could do or some ideas. So we came up with a few things, and I just one of them was actually just do a quick survey of our local businesses and say, what do you want? Like, what do you need? And get some feedback from them. And so yeah, we'll meet again in December, hopefully, and review the strategic plan once again, kind of re-gauge where we are and think about 2021 moving forward. I'm just going to keep going on with my report, might as well. The community improvement plan, it's moving along. We have our second workshop plan for November 5th, I believe it is. It's a Thursday night, and that is going to involve just a smaller group of people to kind of narrow down some of the potential projects or funding projects that could be in the CIP. We've invited a few stakeholders to that, some community business people, and so we'll be doing that virtually in November. Everything's on track, hopefully, to get to council and have some open houses in the new year. So that's going quite well. The township website, that's just kind of starting to go now. It's in the consultant's hands to kind of start doing the design work. I should note that in that report, we received a grant from the County of Middlesex and FedDev Ontario to help out our local businesses in a couple projects. So what we've done is we actually provided some outdoor heaters for 2 restaurants to hopefully extend their patio season and get some more business. And again, that's a 50-50 grant. And the other part of that grant, we're doing a shop local campaign in October. That started on Monday. So we just feature businesses every day and kind of offer gift certificates to those businesses when people do a couple things on Facebook. So that's the whole month of October. We'll be doing that. And actually we've got a really good notifications on both of the first 2 profiles we've done. So I think it's getting some good traction. So that's all for tonight.
Any questions for Lisa on what she's reported? Councillor Mastarakis.
No question, just a comment. A thank you to Daniel Regan. I was unable to attend, and he graciously jumped in, and he was dancing. He was excited by text that he had the opportunities. I know he would have added a lot of value to that meeting. Thank you, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was great to have Councillor Regan there. Any other questions or comments? Okay, moving on, Blue Water.
Nothing new to report, just working on automation for 2021 and the new budget. So that's really it to report. So.
Thank you. I actually have a question. In the report that we received in the Board of Directors notes in our communications, there was a reference made, and I don't know where I've been because I missed this. But apparently there's some potential out there that the province wants to take away the return of empties. Was that discussed?
Yeah, I think that was not just, other than that's provincial, like nothing, just in the notes, but not, yeah, that was discussed. I can have Francis comment on it further, but to not any degree of our under control.
Right. Yep. And have we rescheduled when Francis is going to come visit?
No, what was the timing of that, Ron? Or maybe we can do that soon. I think it was maybe after the AMO conference, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. I believe we were waiting to see what the final results were on the downloading or the downloading of the recycling new funding formula, because that's all supposed to be coming down. And I thought it was supposed to come down during the month of September. So I'm going to have to touch base with Francis again. But Tina, I'm looking for a nod of the head. I think that was sort of left in Francis's court. Once all the dust settles and some of the details come out, it would make better use of his time when he actually comes to council. So I can touch base with him again and find out.
Yeah, we have a meeting scheduled for next week.
Oh,
what I could do is ask him. That maybe's been even pushed back a little bit, or again, nothing firm yet. So let me talk to Francis. I would like to get him in general of potential, and we were waiting for something more firm, but I don't know if that could be all pushed back. So let me talk to Francis. Yeah.
Okay, moving on, Lake Huron. I do have a board meeting on Thursday, and our budget will be discussed. So next meeting, I'll bring that back. Fire boards, I don't believe that there's anything to report. I did want to make mention, though, that one of our firefighters on the Lucan board has retired, and that would be Chris Ewell after 20 years. He's retired, and I just wanted to congratulate him and thank him for his years of service to our community. So ABCA and Upper Thames.
So yeah, I was not able to attend the meeting last week of the Upper Thames due to a personal matter. We have our budget meeting on Thursday for the Asabo Bayfield. So I've got my binder and I'll be pouring through that. And then further in the month, we'll have Upper Thames and another, like the regular Asabo Bayfield meeting. So with budgets on the agenda for the next little bit, like our own, we're working through the numbers, trying to get, as few surprises as possible for everybody. And I think we're going to be able to do okay. There's a lot to consider, but I think I don't think there's going to be any big surprises for the municipal levies. So that's it.
Okay. Any questions on that? Parks and Rec.
Currently nothing right now, Madam Mayor. I've been working on compiling some information for the Parks and Rec Committee that would hopefully have a meeting in the near future. We've just been focusing so much on getting back to hockey here and getting sports going again. So hopefully we can shift back to focus on meeting with the Parks and Rec Committee soon and have some announcements for them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I realize that I did not do a motion to accept our communications. If I could get a mover and seconder to receive our correspondence for information. Councillor Regan and Councillor Westman. All opposed? That's carried. Okay, staff reports. Ron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So included in your package tonight is just a quick activity update. The first item there, the Main Street Crossing Guard. The current crossing is at the Bank of Montreal location. Everybody knows what that intersection is like. It's not an ideal location for a crossing. So the Public Works Manager and I have been discussing it with the current crossing guard there as to how to make that safer for both the kids and the crossing guard themselves, not to mention the poor safety cones that seem to take a beating from the trucks turning around that corner. So Jeff and I, we believe we've got a solution there. So I don't know, Jeff, if you want to say what has happened today. I think it was just today, was it not?
Yeah, correct. Last night we did have a couple of lines painted on Main Street. You'll see them. They're just east, if you want to call it east, on Main Street of the crossing that is at William, Alice, and Richmond. The one thing Ron and I talked about, and we wanted to point this out, is that the crossing will be for students. It will not be a pedestrian crossing, so that there will be a crossing guard there when the students are there, and that's when it'll be used. So it will not become a pedestrian crossing, meaning that it's not going to be painted like a normal crossing. We're not going to take out, what we're going to do is limit the parking at this spot during a section of school time in the morning and a section of school time in the evening, so that we don't actually lose the parking spots in this area, although there is no business at this point right in front of where this is. We'll have to move the signage yet. So until the signage gets moved, we won't shift the actual crossing. And then the crossing that is currently there, we talked about taking it out, but it technically is a legal pedestrian crossing. So the lines can stay as they are until they start to wear or become maybe an eyesore or something like that, because the price at removing them is a little steep. So, and it's legal. It's a legal crossing. It's pedestrians. As pedestrians want to use it, they can use it legally and go across the road. So, I think that's where we're at this point, and I'll turn it back over, Madam Mayor, to Ron.
Thanks, Jeff. So with regards to just a quick conversation about how things are running up at the school, we have had a few complaints, not too bad. I think it's a matter of, it's a new school year. A lot of parents are driving kids or picking up kids that have not in the past. And obviously I think we're all aware of the limitations on space up there. So it seems to be a constant challenge. One of the issues seems to be during when it's raining. Parents obviously want to go and pick up their kids so they're not walking home in the rain. One of the issues seems to be if people start parking there before the time allotted for the crossing guard to actually show up, they don't, it's not, people aren't, inherently trying to be difficult or anything else, but they park there not realizing where the crossing is. And then it does cause traffic flow issues when things do get busier in the next probably 20 minutes after they arrive. So we're trying to deal with that. All the people that we've dealt with so far have been very understanding, very, basically they say, oh, I didn't realize it and it won't happen again. And so I think as time goes on, that will just automatically get better. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments about that. Moving on, annual Santa Claus parade. So I think everybody agrees it's increasingly obvious that we can't do the Santa Claus parade in its normal, in the normal fashion that we used to do it. So, Councillor Regan came up with a brilliant idea that seems to have been accepted by most of the groups. We are, I think, still waiting for maybe one party to agree to this whole process, but we are having a meeting tomorrow at 3:30 to sort of firm up what the plan is. And right now the plan is to have the fire department have a truck at the front and at the rear of the parade, and have the Optimists and the Lions Club collect cans for the Elsie Craig District Food Bank. So it's it'll probably predominantly a Santa Claus canned food drive, I guess you could say. So we are hopeful that we can put this all together and have a mini parade that will not block off the main street. So there's no requirement for the main street to be blocked off. People can simply view it from their front porch, put their cans at the end of their driveway, and as Santa Claus goes by with the fire trucks in the front and in the back, gets the Lions Club and Optimist members will collect the cans, put them in the van for the food bank. And so how long that will take to snake its way around Lucan, this will be a first time, so it'll be interesting. But there's also a possibility of extending this out to Granton as well. And I would think that we should be able to do that too. So thank you for everybody involved. I think that's going to come together and be a pretty good alternative. The third point, museum parking agreement renewal. Julie Overholt has been doing a lot of work on this one, getting the renewal parking agreements governing the parking spaces out at the rear of the museum. So that property is actually owned by the municipality, but it is used by the, I guess you could say, the tenants of the buildings on Main Street. So a lot of the businesses have commercially operated spaces on the main floor, but there's residential units up above. So those people, some of the old buildings obviously don't have any parking space themselves. So in recognition of the fact that these people have to park somewhere, we originally started this agreement probably 15 years ago, and it's worked, touch wood, so far so good. We don't get too many complaints about it. So we're trying to get that renewed, and so we can move forward on that one. So once they all get signed by the individual property owners, then we'll be bringing that back to council for a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign. So the last one on the report there, council chambers audio video upgrades in regards to COVID-19. I know this is near and dear to Councillor Regan's heart. He's just dying to get back into the council chambers. And we are trying. So the county IT department, they have a phenomenal staff there. They have been out to visit us. And I think what they're going to try and do is be as economical as possible. So they do have a few options that they're looking at without having to spend, upwards of thousands and thousands of dollars. So I do think over the next probably 2 months, maybe, that we should have a viable solution for those that wish to meet in the council chambers. So, and then finally, the one that's not on here and that actually came about on the weekend, a bit of a mask update. Everybody is aware that the rules surrounding masks indoors in workplaces has now changed. So what that means in Lucan Biddulph's instance is that if you're in your own office, in the municipal office, for example, or in the community center, and you're the only person in your office, then you don't have to wear a mask. But if you're walking out in the common areas, in the kitchen, in the front counter, you have to wear your mask. And that's the new rule effective this past Saturday. And that covers all municipal buildings, including the fire halls. So an email has gone out to all staff members notifying them of the change. And yes, it's inconvenient and everything else, but I think we have to do our part. And there we go. We have to do our part, and yes, it's an inconvenience, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. We can get through this, and we will get through this together. So, and other than that, Madam Mayor, our staff has been great. Everybody's healthy and happy, and we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report, Ron. Any questions or comments on what Ron's reported? Deputy Mayor.
Just not opposed to the mask thing and everything you said, but just, is it, if you're 15 minutes, I thought the mask thing, just in case there's businesses out there, I thought incidental walk by less than 15 minutes wasn't mandatory. I thought that was in some workplaces today, and people passing by, they weren't wearing masks where they thought maybe they'd have to. And I reread it, and I thought that it was if you can't keep 6 feet apart for 15 minutes, it's a mandatory mask. If it's incidental walk-bys or that's not the case, I have no issue with what you said. I just don't want, providing it's 100% correct.
Well, I think we're taking direction from the chief medical officer of health, and that's really.
Well, that's what I thought they said, though. I thought they said that if you, that's what I mean. I thought that if you were just passing by someone in a lunchroom, going to the fridge and back out, you didn't have to wear a mask. Only if you could not create that 15 minutes of separation during the time together. That's all I'm saying. I'm just making sure we're giving right information.
Yeah,
I understand,
and that's the rule that we've
So you're just saying that if you go into the fridge and back and you're 30 seconds beside someone, it's mandatory in the province of Ontario to wear a mask. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that's the rule in Lucan Biddulph.
Yeah, good. No,
For
I
us,
just want,
for our municipal facilities, that's the rule that we're instituting. Yes.
yeah, because that's not that's not the province. That's not the guidelines.
Yeah, and we're taking
Walk in
direction
and grab
from our medical officer of health, Dr. Mackey. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, can I get a motion to receive Ron's report for information, please? Councillor Westman and Councillor Regan. All opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Tina.
Hello. So through you, Madam Mayor, there is a report in front of you regarding concerns with the employee code of conduct that was raised at the beginning of September at a council meeting. The concerns were regarding more specifically Section 36 of the policy and what recourse is available for the public should they not be satisfied with response given by management staff regarding a complaint about an employee. Staff consulted with our municipal solicitor regarding these concerns, and the response from Mr. Woodward was fairly in-depth and is summarized within the report. Based on Mr. Woodward's advice, staff is recommending against revising the code of conduct, and that if public are unhappy with how their complaint was handled, it is better dealt with through harassment and discrimination policies. We do have a respected workplace policy in place that was adopted earlier this year. It's specific to harassment and violence, but it also does cover discrimination. It is an internal document which covers any form of discrimination, harassment, or violence in the workplace, and it further applies to any location in which an employee is engaged in work-related activities. Both those policies, the Employee Code of Conduct and Respect in Workplace, were developed using policies from our neighboring municipalities and in consultation with municipal clerks and the county HR department. And based on the feedback provided from Mr. Woodward, and in order to remain consistency with the policies, staff is recommending that the Employee Code of Conduct be closed without any further revisions, and that if council chooses to pursue further review of the harassment and discrimination policies, that they provide direction to staff to seek same from our municipal solicitor. And I'll leave the questions up to you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Tina. Questions on this report, comments? Councillor Mastarakis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as an example, let's say somebody in the community has a concern. One of the staff yelled at them, let's say, right? And so that process, so what's the steps in that process? What happens in that case, as an example? Where does that go?
So I believe in interpreting Mr. Woodward's comments that the public also does have rights under the Ontario Health and Occupation Act, and they can always pursue avenues through a court process. But Mr. Woodward is advising that by revising the code of conduct to provide a right of appeal, you're opening yourself up to further litigation issues.
And if I can back up a bit, so when the integrity commissioner was in to meet with us in council, one of the things for council members, if there's a concern from staff or public, that concern would go to the third party integrity commissioner. So there's a third party avenue in that regard for us as counselors to go forward. If a concern comes forward, let's say, maybe not management, not any municipality, let's say for the CAO of a municipality, say it's directed, one of the comments that David Woodward makes, it's permissive, the code to allow the CAO of a municipality to deal with the matter. So what happens in that case if the concern is brought from public regarding the CAO? Where does it go to from there?
I would believe if a member of the public had further concerns, would they reach out to their local council member and council would bring it back to council collectively?
I don't know. So we would probably want some policies and procedures around that. So I'm saying, so that's the step. Okay, so if there is, so this is not covered obviously in the document. So the next step would be, okay, if that is not covered in the document, what is the next step to say to somebody, okay, I've gone through the municipality. The next step of the process would be what? Where's the, so having that document to say, okay, here's plan A, that didn't work, here's plan B.
I thought it was my understanding, and Ron, correct me, but anytime that, whether it's from an employee standpoint or a public standpoint, where there would be a question with the CAO, an incident with the CAO, the direct line of communication would be the mayor. Is that, and I believe that is set out in the harassment and discrimination policy.
I don't think it goes to the
That's
mayor.
correct.
Oh,
That's correct.
I thought it was oh, is it?
It is. And I think that's what Mr. Woodward was pointing out, is that the procedures are better dealt with in that policy to follow the steps to file a complaint.
So there.
So there is, in the respect and workplace policy, there is, I'm just going to pull it up here. There is, it does outline the procedure for, the procedure involved when filing a complaint if, should the individual not be happy with a certain instance.
And maybe I'll have to pull that up in front, so I apologize, but that's not.
On page 7, it starts with the procedure for reporting workplace harassment or violence.
And I don't have, is
and
that
then and that's in the respect and workplace policy. And then it does also in paragraph 2 describe who to report the workplace harassment to. And I think what Mr. Woodward is trying to say is that although the respect and workplace is an internal document, it also applies to situations where employees are involved outside of the workplace.
Right, when he's attending for, yes. Oh, I just pull up the document.
So it could be at a
Mr.
social
Woodward.
function, it could be at a conference, or it could be when dealing with members of the public.
So if there was.
So there's a commitment to investigate in there, and then there's who will investigate, the timing of the investigation. And I believe we did add when doing that if not satisfied with the CAO, that they would then report to the mayor.
And did Mr. Woodward suggest procedures for, because not everybody is, as we're coming in as council members, has HR backgrounds or investigation backgrounds? Is there a process? So somebody comes in as mayor 2 years from now and something happens. What, you know, where do they go? What do they do? Is there a procedure to ensure that? Because it's not necessarily that we want to be, as counselors, in the middle of something like that as well. So is
Right.
there?
Well, I think if it's of a more serious nature, then if the public is not satisfied with the CAO or the mayor, then they would seek further legal action, which would be a court action.
Right, and nobody would want to do that. Obviously, we want a process where if there is questions, it's dealt with. Why? There's a couple of reasons, and if I could back up a little bit, why this? Am I able to share a screen for a moment? Am I permitted?
Ron or Lisa will have to answer that. I don't.
Is that okay if I share?
Yep, you can.
Okay. Oops, that's not the screen. Oh, yeah. So are you seeing the role of council? Is that what's on the screen?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so we're coming up to our 2-year point as council members working together. So I'm trying to ensure what are our accountabilities in regards to council. E is to ensure the accountability and transparency of operations of the municipality, including activities of senior management of the municipality. If I can then, the other reason, and if I can flip the screen again here, apologize. And this is something, on other boards or organizations, and here's my question, and it's not about our municipality, it's about municipalities in general, and it's about boards in general. So I don't know if you remember in the summer, the Canadian Museum of Human Rights had breaches. The CEO was escorted out as they had systemic racism and sexual harassment complaints in the organization. So part of it is what's our accountability to ensure as counselors we know that's not occurring. And then this was a comment on a governance point regarding that issue to say, and this is what's our accountability again, as council members, as municipalities. The board chair said the trustees had not been aware of the concerns until recently, and the comment by this person, and therein lies a big part of the problem. I'm sorry, Pauline, but your job as a board is not to wait to be made aware. Your job is to ask the right questions. If you're on a board and the only person you relate to in your organization is the CEO, you've got a problem. Where are the staff surveys? Where are the leadership team reviews and the whistleblower policy procedure? Where is the accountability? So I've had back and forth communication with the mayor on this. Can we set up a governance session? It's 2 years in to understand as council what we're accountable for. So I'm on the right page as well. And as we're getting ready in a year from now to have elections, to ensure anybody that wants to run for council understands their roles and responsibilities. And we're meeting those as we're going through to have clarity around that. So where this is coming from is what are our roles and responsibilities? What are the checks and balances we need to know about and have in place? So as municipalities to ensure we're meeting our obligations, what are our obligations under governance and under the law in any case, as councilors to ensure an effective, efficient organization. So that's where the questions are coming from. What I would, as a goal, what I would enjoy before very soon is to have a third party regarding governance come and talk to us about our accountabilities as counselors, and of course have staff involved in that open discussion. And I think it'll benefit everybody to understand, okay, what are roles and responsibilities? What checks and balances do we need to have in place as an organization so that we don't have surprises like the Museum of Human Rights in Canada, which if that organization had issues, any organization can have issues. So can we ensure that we run a premier organization for our employees and for our residents, and ensure that accountability, transparency, and integrity. So that's where the base of my questions are. Happy to pass this moving today, but I would like to move forward and look at a governance training session for council and staff to understand what our responsibilities are to ensure we're meeting our obligations as council.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, no, I learning more about the governance and our responsibilities is obviously not a bad thing. I'm glad, Peter, you said, like I'm in favor of moving this forward and learning more. And if we see anything glaring where it can't be spoken to and it needs to be opened back up or something added from future learning, then I think we should be open to that, obviously. But for now, yeah, I think what you're saying is move this forward as presented, and then learn more about our corporate governance and our responsibilities. If there's a hole somewhere, then we fill the hole. If there isn't, and staff can say, no, this is the how it would go, because that's where I'd like to see it go then, after hearing you speak. But certainly, go forward now, get this as presented now. I'm glad they've done the work they've done and presented it. So yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Ron, I saw your hand up a minute ago. Do you have something, or were you just waving? I got a question. It's got an impact on budget. How much did all of this cost?
So the Employee Code of Conduct was reviewed in February by our municipal solicitor, and then it was reviewed again in September. And the total cost was just over $5,000. $2,700 for the invoice in September and $2,400 in February.
Certainly, I'm open to having some sort of governance discussion. I think that that would be, given how much this review cost, it's not going to be cheap. And I think we need to have that discussion at council, or excuse me, at budget, to find out how much a consultant coming in would cost, because it wouldn't be cheap. I think the one thing we need to remember as councillors, our responsibility isn't operations, and our one employee is Ron, our CAO. I should take your name out of it. It's the CAO. The CAO is the one employee to council. And, his duty is to report to us what else is going on within the organization. I believe that our policies are set up so that there is a communication trail if employees are not feeling that they are in a safe workplace. There's certainly procedures that are in place so that our employees have a safe place to make a complaint, whether that has to do with their direct supervisor, whether that has to do with a member of council, whether it has to do with the CAO. So I'm very comfortable with how our organization is run. And if councillors feel that they need a refresher as to their role and how they are held accountable, then I would be happy to, if Peter, I think you said that you would make a motion to that. I think it does need to be a budget discussion, because it would be a consultant to come in, but certainly staff could maybe start to look to see who could come up and give a presentation to that effect, so that at least we have something to make a decision on and what that would look like. Because from a municipal standpoint, there's only so many consultants that could speak to a municipal governance
Right.
oversight.
Right. And the interesting comment about cost. I was actually surprised we had David Woodward come in for the Zoom voting meeting. I would have thought this code of conduct would have been a higher priority, in my view, to come in. So just a comment. So the cost of, if we're talking about costs, I would have thought priority would have been over the code of conduct over the Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a recommendation that staff has provided with regards to the code of conduct in the respective workplace, and I would be happy to entertain a motion one way or the other. Councillor Westman.
I'm very happy with the way it's all put together. I would like to make a motion to accept the report and close this code of conduct amendment. So that's my motion. I would like to accept it.
Okay. And then within that recommendation, it's to provide staff with direction as to whether to further review respect in workplace. Do you want to further review it or to stop it? To stop a review?
I feel very confident that staff has done their legwork and it's in a good shape. So I would recommend that we just accept it and continue moving forward.
Okay. All right. And can I get a seconder for that, please? For that motion. The Deputy Mayor Manders. Any further discussion on that?
Just a point of clarification, Kathy. I didn't, my point wasn't to look at amending this, similar to Deputy Mayor's point. If we do a governance session and something comes out of it in the future, how can we improve, not just here, across the board, our processes, that's, so I'm just adopt this today without, that was my, my discussion. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other comments on that? So all opposed to that? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So I guess going forward, if we could have a motion to direct staff to begin looking at who's out there that could come in to talk about governance, go over our roles and accountabilities as councillors. If we could get a motion to direct staff for that. Councillor Mastarakis and Councillor Regan, any further discussion? All opposed? And that's carried. Okay. Anything else, Tina?
Nope, that's everything. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Nothing from building, finance, Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The report tonight I have is just for your information. It's the financial report as of the end of the third quarter. Just note that these figures, of course, are not audited at this time. And then there's always a bunch of entries and analysis that takes place towards the end of the year and when audit is in. So of course, those types of adjustments are not reflected in these numbers to date. So just I have a summary page that I put together, just highlight, just to group all the items together. And I used similar groupings as I did when I presented the budget. And then following that, of course, is all the line by line budget to actual for as of September 30th that you can review at your leisure. You can see, of course, that we've at this point in the year, we have billed all of our normal taxes. So that all shows as revenue. And our last installment is due in November. And then we'll continue to bill supplementals and omits as we receive them from MPAC. So the numbers I have, of course, I didn't include capital except for in water and sewer, which may make those numbers look a little off because you have, with capital, you may have all your expenses in there now, but we don't take care of how we fund those until we close off the year. So if I take that out of the water, then, and you'll have the percentage used of the budget for revenue side would be 74% and the expenses would be at 50% of budget. And similar for sewer, they're about the same, 76% of budget for revenue and 48% of the expenses in the sewer system, or wastewater as we like to call it, but I call it sewer because that's how it's presented in Keystone. And then in Parks and Rec, you'll see, of course, that's where there are one of our biggest hits are in regards to the results of the pandemic, because we've closed buildings and didn't have some amenities available, and of course, cancellation of different programs. But although you have lower revenues on those items, you also will have lower the cost to run those certain programs and whatnot will not be, of course, they're not, you didn't need those, so those why the costs are a little lower compared to our budgeted items. Because you didn't need like things like wages or your program supplies. And then you had decreased utilities, which I think I touched on when I presented the COVID-19 financial impact at the last meeting. Of course, with these numbers as well, if we get to in September, of course, it's not everything we have to September because we still collect bills in October for at the end of the, we haven't get to October. So of course it's moving, but I feel that most of the stuff, the numbers are like most of our items are in here. It's looking pretty good. We are up to date with all our bank recs and things like that. So a lot of those expenses are recorded. And utilities are always a few months behind with their readings. So, so if you look at some of the numbers, it typically in the third quarter, you might want to see in a perfect world will be at 75, everything will be at 75% of budget. But of course you have to take into consideration seasonality and those kinds of things. And it's not a perfect world, but that gives you an idea if you're looking at percentage used, where you would be. So if you have any questions, you can ask me now, or you can always feel free to send me an email or give me a phone call and I can look into things further. And then I also want to mention that this kind of reporting I hope to bring to council on a quarterly basis, as I now start to feel a lot more comfortable with my role and what numbers I'm seeing and feel like we're really caught up. So that's all I have.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Catherine. I certainly, I would imagine my colleagues feel the same way. This is a great document to get. It just kind of keeps us up to date as to where we are and gives us a better sense of you know, where things are over and where things are under. So appreciate that. And of course, we look forward to that coming through on a more regular basis. Any questions or comments for Catherine on what she's presented? I don't have it on what's been presented. And I probably should have maybe given you the heads up, so I feel bad. But we got the letter last week about the next round of COVID funding and how to apply for that. And I wondered what your thoughts were on, I mean, they made it very clear, you know, you've got to plead your case as to why you feel you need funds. But I guess I wondered whether you felt that this was an intake that we should participate in, or maybe wait for another one. I know that some of the costs that, and you touched on it with Parks and Rec, some of those are kind of hard to quantify because it's the loss of revenue, that sort of thing. But do you think we should be in a position where we should be applying for that?
That's a tough question, but my gut feeling is that I'm not sure if I will have a good case. I did review the further the information that they in the letter. They go on to the TPON, and there's further documents that you can fill in there. And it's an incredible amount of work. Not that I want to shy away from that level of work. I just want to be able to review it more and see if I can put together some kind of a forecast and review what we did and what position we were in throughout the pandemic. But we didn't see too much change as far as people being able to pay their taxes and their bills and continue to offer the services that we have. I mean, we don't have a lot of large commercial, large industrial, or even transit systems. That seems to be the biggest fall is. But, and I know this was discussed in length at the MFOA conference that was virtual last week, or 2 weeks ago now, I guess. And there is a mixed opinion as to, like, everyone's waiting to see what this information was. We didn't have it at the time. And there was mixed feeling that some people didn't feel like they needed to, and others were very hopeful that they could proceed. I do have a meeting with the local treasurers the 16th of October, and this is one topic of discussion for sure. So I want to see where some of our similar lower tier municipalities are, what they're thinking in regards to this, and maybe they'll get more insight whether, and as I look at the numbers closer based on what the information I'm looking for this phase 2, then I'll have a better answer. If we do decide to go forward, then of course I'll need to get council support on that before the end of October. So I don't know if I'll have something for the next meeting, but there is an extension if that does have to be done to get approval at the November 3rd meeting, I believe. So more information to come, but I don't know. I don't know where we stand exactly. I think in the whole, I think we are in pretty good shape, but until I dig into it more and what they're looking for, I won't have a recommendation at this time, but that's what I know.
No,
Sorry,
I appreciate
long-winded.
No, I appreciate that, and it probably was my line of thinking as well. You touched on areas that really would hit municipalities, and we don't experience that. We didn't have that experience, so that doesn't surprise me that's kind of where your thinking is. So was just looking for an update because I think that email came in last week, so it was just on my notes. So any other questions or comments for Catherine? Okay, and if I could just get a motion to accept the budget to actual report for information, please. Mover and seconder for the vote.
Motion to accept.
And Councillor Regan. All opposed, and that's carried. Thank you. We already dealt with planning, so moving on, Public Works, Jeff.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. The first, I'll keep moving things we'll keep things moving along here. So my first report we touched on earlier, I'm bringing to council the tenders that we put in for the Hodgins B branch drain. And I'm recommending we take low tender, which was Robinson Farm Drainage. The good news is that it looks like if you compare it to pre-HST, we're looking at costs, or we're looking at the tender coming in at 42% less than what was estimated and what was assessed out to the people. So in that presentation that Mike did talk about when we were talking with Mr. Foster, there definitely will be somewhere close to 42% of that assessment will go down across the board to the people there. Part of that is that we're being pretty aggressive with this drain because the drainage people are looking for work this fall. So we're trying to get as much in the ground as we can at this present moment. So Again, the recommendation is to take low tender, and we'll go from there.
Okay, any questions on that? There is a motion that we can deal with later in the meeting at the end, but if there's any questions on that. Okay, next.
Second one, and again, this is not a very nice topic. In late August, we had a resident took down a number of trees along the road allowance, and that in the process, we believe that he knew exactly, or what this resident knew exactly what he was doing, and proceeded to take the trees down on his own accord. Upon trying to figure out how to handle this situation, it did come to light that we do not have a bylaw in place for damage to the right of way which the trees are in. Talking to the bylaw officer at the time, Middlesex Center just brought in a similar bylaw this year because of exactly the same thing, a resident taking upon themselves to do work in the road allowance, and that the municipality, other than bringing in the police or having them suing them, we had a difficulty following up that. So in this report, I brought forward Middlesex Center's bylaw, and I hope council had a chance just to kind of review it and have a quick read over it. I'm not recommending that's what we bring into place, but what I'm recommending is that council direct staff to bring back a bylaw based on Middlesex Center that we can then review and discuss for Lucan Biddulph and what suits Lucan Biddulph's needs, so that we can protect everything from, and I think if you read it, anything from driving into road allowance and wrecking ditches to taking down trees, to all that sort of thing. So again, I'll open up for discussion and with the recommendation as that we bring back, staff bring back our own bylaw. So.
Okay, questions on that? Councillor Westman.
Yeah, I'd be in full support of getting some kind of bylaw in place that'll give us some teeth to be able to deal with this. I mean, I drive along the roads in my ward and I see a lot of fields that are planted right up to the road, and tree removals that as a member of the boards for the Conservation Authority, it concerns me when I see any trees taken down without without permission, and also without plan for replanting new trees. So I think we need to be able to have some measure of control over that. And particularly, I mean, one of my pet peeves is farmers that plow right up to the road, and it creates a big problem for daylight corners on some of these side roads where you got corn planted that's so high you can't see around the corner. It puts our residents at risk. And so, yeah, I'd be in full support of that. Just want to make sure we get it right.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Dave.
Jeff, are you satisfied with the aggressiveness of their bylaw and the teeth to deter this that they've done? That the benefit of still proceeding to pay the crime is still benefits long term, or are you looking for more teeth than ours?
And through the mayor, deputy mayor, what I like, if you notice, the fines are not real high. It's not about fining the person; it's about returning the road allowance or as much as you can back to some sort of way it should be, and that gives the municipality a wide range of tools to do that. If we have to go to the point where we have to hire a lawyer and go to that, we can start attributing that cost back to the landowner. So there gives us lots of tools in our toolbox to get that done. At the same time, it gives us tools to, and I don't want to say give leniency, but it gives us the ability to staff to manage the damage that's out there, rather than having a set fine or a set ability. Sometimes it's, people make a mistake and maybe they do damage and don't realize it. and that if a correction can be made and paid for and done by the landowner, then everybody's happy. So I kind of like, well, I said that in the report, I like that direction of a bylaw. At this point, it gives staff more tools in the toolbox to deal with people, in my opinion.
And no, I agree. This is obviously, it's been found out that it's missing. So when will we be proceeding to pass this or recommendation? Because we found a loop, we found something. It's good that we found it, but now we need to deal with it.
If council directs me, I'll put it at, I think it's one of our, should go up to the top of my list and bring back sooner than later. If I can get it back, I don't know if I'll get it back by the August or the October middle meeting, but it'd be nice to have it back in November so we can have it passed before the end of the year for sure. But it needs discussion too. It definitely needs discussion by council.
I just see no benefit to our community letting this sit as is any longer than we can avoid not. So
I agree. And the nice part is I was into discussion with our bylaw officers, and this gives them, when they're out driving, or if they do get a complaint, we can use them. And the problem is, if we don't have a bylaw in place, it's hard to use those officers that are available to us. So I agree. I'll move on this.
No, that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, there is a recommendation that we can pass later on that.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'll go to the third one, and this one here is a little more discussion involved.
Just before you start, Jeff,
Yep,
I don't
go
know
ahead.
if everybody just saw the note that Ron put in the chat box, that the block for our Zoom meeting was for 4 hours. So we might cut out at 10. Don't go anywhere, because we'll probably have to send out a new invite if we get cut off. So, and it would just continue on. It would just be two meetings, like 2 virtual settings. Okay.
So the next report I bring forward is on the traffic calming measures that council wanted me to bring back, and including an example that we used on Nicoline and Watson Street areas down there. So I know I won't read the memo or the report word for word. I'll just go over a couple of things I'd like to point out as we go, which I find important. So one of the things I'd like to point out is traffic calming is meant for local streets. It's not meant for out in the rural areas. It's a lot more difficult to try to control traffic on the concessions and the collector roads, county, especially, well, we won't even go near the county roads, but generally traffic calming is meant for local roads, and it's meant for speed limits 50 kilometers or less. And the reason they say that is when you put a traffic calming measure in place, it has to reflect the speed of the traffic. So if the traffic's doing 80, it's tough to calm that. So if it's doing 90, what's the calming measure to get it to 80? So it's very easy to control 50 and less. So I just wanted to point that out. Another point I'd like to point out is school zones. We don't generally contribute that to the same criteria as if you're looking at local streets, meaning that for any reason we want to put something around a school, or we want to do something around the school, I think the municipality has the right to do that to protect the children. Whereas if you do it on local streets, you should be using guidelines and criteria that makes the streets equal. So if someone calls in and says, I want that on my street, you can tell them why you put it there. So I just wanted to point that out. So if we talk about Wilberforce, that's a different animal to talk about. The goal behind traffic calming measures really is to create a safe environment, and that's a great thing. I mean, that promotes walking, creates a better community, and it sounds great. At the same time, as we do that, you have to be careful about traffic calming measures, because there is a backlash to them too, or there can be a backlash to them too. the person that gets the speed humps in front of his house may not want them there. So as we put them in place, we have to be prepared that yes, you're looking at the neighborhood as a whole, but you could end up being some backlashes there, and there is some expense to it that was laid out in the report, and that sort of thing. So just to keep moving along, right now in the municipality, if we get a complaint or we get a concern that comes in, we tend to use the passive measures that are available to us. We do have our speed display sign. We can issue direct communication to somebody. And one of the things other municipalities are using is temporary signage. We don't have to follow the Highway Traffic Act to put a sign up. We can encourage community signs. We can encourage temporary signage that maybe you take down after the summer when the kids go back to school, and that sort of thing. Other passive measures that other municipalities are using are pavement markers. Everything from narrowing lanes, and I include installing a delineator in the middle of the street in that, because I figure that's passive. You're not really changing the hardcore structure of the street. You're putting a marker, so you can put a marker in the middle. And I believe, in my report, I said that would be a great thing to check for the school zone over there, and maybe on longer stretches. And then I was talking to another staff member, and they said, I think we've tried it over at the school, to be honest. So I'm going to follow up with that. And I haven't had a chance to follow up on that. So I like passive measures. Generally, if you can educate people, that's the way to go. And from there. So in the process of doing passive measures, though, you still have to analyze what's going on out there. So, and I listed a number of factors, and they're just factors to take in place. So for instance, we got to find out if there's actually rules of the road being broken. I think there's a real perception when you're standing next to the road that the vehicle is going a little faster than you think. What's the extent of the problem? Sometimes you'll get complaints about the same car that's careening through the neighborhood. So you have to kind of take that into effect. You have to look at what's around neighborhoods, schools, parks, churches, libraries, that sort of thing. And I did talk to Councillor Reagan about that. He did ask me a question about that. And when I say in the area, I should have meant that it has to be a particular area. So, you can't just say, well, we have a park, 4 blocks over. My kid walks there. Well, that's not really what that's meant to do. What it's meant to do is around the park, there could be a lot more pedestrians going to that park. So that's what I mean. So if there's a church, you could have a lot more people walking to that church if it's right in that area. So, and again, these are factors. These are not yes or no questions. So it's meant to take in all that sort of thing. And again, sidewalks are a big thing. If there's no sidewalks at all, sidewalks on both sides of the street, they all make a difference. The other thing I just want to point out, a lot of municipalities set up some guidelines, and some guidelines are the ability to distinguish when you need to look at something. And I listed 3 very, very common guidelines that I think are great. One is traffic volume. For instance, if you have a dead end and you have 2 cars and one is speeding and one is not, it's your neighbor. You have 500 cars going down the road. To me, it could be a problem, right? I know that sounds silly. I'm making a huge exaggeration there, but number of cars going down the road does make a difference. The other one, I'm going to jump over one there. I'm going to go the length of the road. They tend to say anything over 100 kilometers, you start speeding, or you can start to speed. So a lot of municipalities, I've seen them at 150 meters, they start looking at issues with speeding. Toronto, though, I've seen Toronto put in a lot higher. They put 300 meters in. But I figure when you look at the manuals, anything over 100 meters, people can start to speed. So you can kind of look at intersection to intersection there. This comes into a really good thing when we start looking at developers bringing in subdivisions. can start looking at stretches of roads and that sort of thing. The one other thing I just want to point out, guidelines, a lot of municipalities look at the speed of the traffic. They look at 85% of the traffic speed 10 kilometers over the limit. Personally, I think that's a little high when you're talking about local roads, as in being 10 kilometers over the speed limit. So what they're looking at is 85% of the traffic is basically, if you took the average of that, they're doing 60 kilometers in a 50 kilometer zone. I think that's a little high, but they set that because they have to know that there actually is a volume of traffic speeding, and that the speed on the road is affecting the safety out there. So those are kind of guidelines. I would look, if someone called me, I would look at those as guidelines and see how it goes. So moving to, and I guess should say then, if the analyzation comes back that there is speeding, and passive measures are not working, whether it's the signs, whether it's the police, and this happens all the time. There is places in London that the police know they speed, and you can stick a cruiser there, and you can't. People still speed. So what's the next step is the physical measures that you can put in place. And I listed the three of them. There's vertical, horizontal, and like a physical obstruction, which is very drastic. You're talking your closures, your one ways, your roundabouts. But going to vertical, you can put your speed hump in, your speed cushions. They're designed for whatever speed of traffic you want. And your horizontal ones, you can put in curb extension. We actually have one on Gilmore. If you drive down Gilmore, you'll see the curve comes out, and that's what that is a horizontal deflection. One of the things in this process that a lot of recommendations that came through is to allow your people to park on the streets. They said, if you allow parking on the street, you're going to slow the traffic down. And I think that will get reflected when I talk about Nicolline and Watson a little bit there. So I put in a bit of a rough estimate of cost on some of the things out there that we can do. So if we were talking about putting a speed hump in, you're looking at about $8,000 to put them in. Temporary markers on delineators, you can put a couple of them in, you're looking at $1,000. So not a real big expense. Whereas if you get up into installing medians with, you can put landscape, you can put raised medians in, but you're looking $20,000 to $40,000 worth of construction very easily. So that's kind of the background on traffic calming. So I think the most important part here is to get right into a study and see some numbers, which Nicolline Ave and Watson Street, because Councillor Reagan brought this up and did have a number of complaints. So we took the speed sign down. And just to let everybody know, I think I've talked to a lot of people, kept telling me my speed sign wasn't working, but it was on silent mode, which means it wasn't flashing the speed up, but it was actually recording everybody's speed as they went. So we did that down there, and we picked a number of locations on Nicolline and a couple on Watson. We had a few issues a couple of times where people fooled with the sign, so we had to shorten one of the times on one of the areas. But I think it still gives us an idea. They all seem to be coming out about the same, and I think you'll recognize that there really isn't a speeding issue on Nicolline or Watson. In that, if you looked at the guidelines that were presented earlier in the report, when you start seeing less than 1% of the traffic speeding, it's not really the problem. We're looking for a much higher content of traffic speeding. Having said that, you always got to remember everybody's life it's precious, and this is not meant to say, oh yeah, we can have speeders. And this is meant to try and put a diagnostic on how we can treat our neighborhoods here. So and I included in the report the 85% speed of the vehicles, and you can see it's down down a little bit, and it certainly is not in the range of speeding. Having said that, I think sometimes that gets skewed a little bit in the local roads because a lot of traffic is turning off a street and they may be only doing 5 kilometers an hour. So it lowers the averages considerably when one vehicle is doing 5 kilometers an hour. So I tend not to put as much faith in that figure as maybe, you know, other municipalities will. So I guess when I'm done, I'll maybe touch on Granton, but just to give you, we'll flip back there. So just to continue, when I looked at Nicolline and down to Watson, well, I should say you should see that Watson does have a little bit higher rate of speeders in there. They definitely are higher than Nicolline. I put that down to it's a little more straighter. It's a little straighter road going out with a little less traffic parked on it. I actually went over to test the sign one day, and I actually was embarrassed to try and actually speed through the neighborhood to try and get the sign to trigger off at 54 kilometers an hour. And that was due to there's just too much traffic. There's too many cars parked on the road. So it was an interesting test there. So and then I looked at other things, and you can see, so less than a percent of the cars are speeding. The majority of the traffic is below 10 kilometers below the speed limit. The traffic volume is higher than what I would consider in Lucan Biddulph. When we start approaching 300 to 500 cars a day on a local road, back road, to me, that's starting to get fairly high for a small town. So I would put a check mark behind. We do have some higher volumes down on those roads coming in and out for access to the rest of the subdivision. The other thing I'd like to point out there is the lengths of the road that we looked at. There are lengths in there over 150 meters, with some stretches being as long as 300 plus. So again, there is the possibility of speeding to take place on those streets. I think that's fairly straightforward. So if I was to recommend something here, I would probably recommend that physical traffic calming measures are not needed. There just is not the volume of speeders to put out the speed hump or the speed bumps or do that. At the same time, I do believe that the length of road and the traffic volume does indicate that we need to continue to monitor, and we do need to continue to do passive measures. I think every year the speed sign should be taken there. I think we should do a check every year to see what people are doing over there. And I'd like to, and I gave an example of a community sign that, that communities can jump aboard, and I would support it in the fact that if we had to even install some, and they don't have to be expensive signs, because if they're temporary, we can take them up and down, of a community sign there that other municipalities are working. This one came from Ottawa. It has nothing to do with the Highway Traffic Act at all. It has everything to do with community spirit. If you're going to speed in my neighborhood, you're probably a neighbor of mine, and we want you to watch the kids. So I personally, I think that's a pretty one solution before we go into spending a lot of money doing other things. So I did include the example of the delineator, although we may have already tried that. I'm going to look into that and see if we can resurrect that. I know other municipalities, particularly around school zones, particularly around really long straight areas, have put that in and have had success trying to slow traffic down and that sort of thing. So this is an information report. I'm not looking for any sort of, I'm not proposing any recommendations. I gave you an example of a recommendation I would bring forward on Nicolline. I think it's open for discussion. And before I stop and open it to the floor, I just checked. We took the speed sign to Granton, and There has been some reports of a lot of speeding come through Granton. And just to give you an example, and there's not a lot we can do in Granton because it's a county road, it's a collector road, it's high traffic. We're not throwing speed bumps in downtown Granton, but we're getting back that 60% of the traffic is speeding, and that the average speed is over the posted speed limit. So to me, that gives me the ammunition to get police enforcement and say to them, look, we've done a test here, we've done an example here. We're finding Main Street Grant and there's an issue. So again, that goes back to passive traffic calming measures by getting the police involved. But if you have the data, that allows the police to come and rather than just calling the police and saying, we think they're speeding. But if we can provide them with the data and the times, then I think that's a great thing. So I just threw that in because we just started Granton this last week, and it's interesting to see the numbers come back. So I know Councillor Reagan will probably have a few questions with this because he did bring it forward to me. So I will stop talking and open it, Madam Mayor, I'll open it up.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much, Jeff, for that detailed report. I think it's timely, and there's certainly a lot of information there to digest, but really appreciate the depth that you've gone into and how you've really taken this on. Questions, comments? Councillor Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I did email people earlier, just some of the ideas and thoughts, but when I'm looking at this report, I'm thinking for the most part, and tonight kind of sort of sold it for me. When I was just driving out of my driveway, and there was 3 people at the corner standing around a sign that basically says "slow down," kids at play, and there was a neighbor right on the corner of Nicoline and Elm. So I talked to them a little bit just about what was going to go on in council tonight. And I'm thinking, what I'd like to see more discussion on, or maybe even trying, is the community involvement with the signs. And if you get, I don't know how many of us, I'll put a sign on my lawn for sure and have that conversation with neighbors. But I think that, and Jeff mentioned to it, the community spirit of just saying, okay, you know what, we need to slow down. We've got kids playing here. The other thing we did talk about it, and we talked about this on Corsi Line the other day. I was out there with Jeff and Joe, and when you're posting speed limits, when you're standing at the end of your driveway, and this is what I'm hearing from people, you're standing at the end of the driveway with your child in hand, and somebody goes by at 50K, they're legal, but the perception is that they're going very fast. And I'm wondering if that's just too fast. And why can't we just post it slower? Why can't we post 40? Because in my mind, we had that discussion about Corsi. If it says 60, in my head, that's 80, right? It's 75, 80. If I see 50, it might be 58 or 60. But if I see 40, then I'm thinking to myself, well, again, it's not everybody that speeds, but I'm just thinking the psychology of it is that, we have these signs up, we have these conversations with residents, which what we need to do. I said, I don't know whether we're going to go to stop signs, and I'm not looking for, thinking we're going to get speed bumps or any of those kinds of things. But there's some huge stretches, not just here in my neighborhood, but also in, Gilmore was another one. And there's a couple of other streets that we were looking at as well. They're just dead, they're quarter-mile tracks as far as I'm concerned. So again, that's the idea I think I'd like to see discussed a little more. Maybe we can move forward with that if it's, again, I'm not suggesting we spend 40 grand on curbs and tearing up streets and things like that. But let's try, I think, that public education, getting the community involved in this, whether it's Granton or it's on, here, it doesn't matter. That's what we really need to do, because we got to think about the kids. It's a walkable neighborhood. It's a walkable community. We need to keep it like that. We need to keep it safe, I think. And I'll stop because it's after 10. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jeff.
Any other questions or comments on that? I know I put the delineators in my capital budget request. That was part of my list. So I think that I've been in a few communities this summer that have had them, and certainly I found them very effective. So I'd be, interested in looking at that in various areas in the community. So, okay, so with that, I guess it is just a report for information at this point, and we can accept it. And then I'm assuming going forward, Jeff, you'll kind of bring back these initiatives. Like if it is something like if we want a community sign campaign, and to work with communications and do a public awareness campaign, that sort of thing will come from staff, or do you want to be directed by us, or how do you want to go forward?
Madam Mayor, I think maybe a little direction to continue with this process, to let's bring back some hard costs on the passive stuff. Now, I don't think we need to explore roundabouts, but I think I think what are these signs? What are the community signs? What are the exact costs to them? And see if we can put a program together. And then the delineator side of things, again, I think that's a very good idea. I've got costs on that. And if council, I guess I look direction, if council wants, I guess we could talk about it at the budget time too, whether we want to try a couple of spots such as Watson, where there is a long stretch going out, or on Nicoline, where it's the larger lawns that are there with the less sidewalk. These might be an ideal place to try it for 6 months, right? To try some of this. So I don't think those are large costs that are worth trying, especially to support the community. So I guess maybe a direction from council to continue this way and bring back some more information and develop it even further is maybe what I think everybody's in agreement of that, but that's probably what I would look for.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Westman, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just I would be very supportive of getting some more information about a sign campaign. I have to say I'm not terribly shocked about the numbers on Main Street in Granton or anywhere in the community where there's speeding. I've getting lots of calls from people that are concerned, seeing people on the street that are concerned. So anything we can do. I mean, I think a sign campaign would be very effective. Something we could move around and kind of target areas where there's concern. And I'd be in support of that. I'm also in support of maybe looking at in the budget of purchasing another radar sign. I think they have at least an effect on the public where they see them and they have a higher level of confidence that we're on the job doing something about it. So I'm not sure what they cost, but I'd be really interested in looking at getting at least one more sign to go around. And I'm going to try to get some fundraising going in Granton. They seem to be pretty good at that, about maybe purchasing a permanent sign like they have in Lucan. So that's a good thing. And thanks, Jeff. I really appreciate all your help lately. It's been awesome.
Great. So you've got, you kind of heard what Jeff would like. So if we could get a motion to accept the report for information, and then direct staff to continue to work on this and bring back some more hard costs and kind of a more of a detailed plan going forward, that would be great. So if I could get a motion for that. Councillor Westman, seconded. Councillor Regan. Any further discussion? All opposed? And that's carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Next one, Jeff.
Oh, Madam Mayor, so this is a kind of a fall update. There's a lot of stuff coming through and we're working on. So I just wanted to give a little overview to council and allow them some time to ask any questions that on the topics that I bring up. So I'll go through them fairly good, and at the end we'll look. So we just finished sidewalk replacement for 2020. We ended over on Nicoline Ave. We still have to finish off Nicoline. There'll still be some. We'll be moving to Watson and we're moving to Saintsbury in the spring. Green bins are at the Public Works Garage as we speak. Additional bins will be arriving in Granton later this week. The County of Middlesex and the County of Perth are negotiating the maintenance of the Whalen Line. There is a section that has fallen out off the radar a little bit. So Ron and myself are we've just had a meeting with South Perth South because there's a section on the Whalen Line that's going to remain Township Road. So we have to come up with an agreement between the two townships to maintain that. And that section will be from Granton Line to Elgin Field. It's the portion that South Perth has always maintained. So we're in the process of putting that agreement together. The COVID rules, it's been an interesting talking with lots of the road departments across the county. We're looking at keeping our road staff safe. And part of that is trying to keep separation between them when they're working, because if we had to have even our staff to quarantine, we could be pretty low on snowplow drivers if we had to send them all home. So the good news is, as municipalities across the county, we've all agreed to help one another. That if at any time our winter maintenance program was in jeopardy, we've all agreed to step in and help neighboring municipalities if there was a snowstorm or snow removal. So, which is really good. We've been in discussion with Miller Group, which is the MTO contractor at the sand salt storage. It looks like we've got some rules in place for using their loader. There was a real concern they might not want our staff using their loader, but we've worked out the details there, and which is great news. That's really good news. So on the snow side of things, I'm looking into right now sidewalk cleaning, snow removal on the sidewalks in Clandyboy. I will bring something forward to council on that because it'll be an additional cost to the budget. And I think it'll need to be discussed. It's not something that's cheap, put it that way. It'll have an expense to the budget. So I'm reviewing Frank Street. I'm meeting with Catherine of Dillon on Thursday. We're going to recheck our numbers. We're going to look at information. We're going to see how tenders are going out there. And I plan to have a report come back to council in the middle of October with some recommendations on whether we're going to move forward with Frank, which I'm assuming we will, but at the same time, I think we got to look at what's happening and what council wants to do coming up. So that'll follow. The fog cups, the fat oil grease cups were delivered to the residents in Granton. We had a number of positive comments. I think Lisa and Julie have also been working on educational posts out there, and particularly we've been flagging face masks and gloves to not put them down the sewer. So I think that's a good thing. Other than I did get a message from Alex that we did have a slight complaint that one of the cups did melt when the grease was poured in. So we'll have to check into that on the high temperature, and maybe we'll have to maybe notify people not to put in, maybe to let it cool a little bit before it goes into the cup. So I'll look into that. Alex just brought that up to me tonight. So excuse me. A generator inspection was completed throughout all the facilities that are deemed emergency locations. Our fuel supplier no longer would fill them due to code violations. When the hydro went out the last time at the office, we actually ran out of fuel because the fuel supplier wasn't filling it and yet wasn't telling anybody that he wasn't filling it. So we've corrected that. All our generators are ready to go, but at the same time, we're going to have to bring them up to code, and that'll be a capital line item in the budget when we get that figured out moving forward. Jacobs and the township are preparing for the township's water license to be renewed in December. That's fairly straightforward. It happens every 5 years, and so that's taking place right now. BM Ross and the township are working to update the mandatory water or financial plan. This is a requirement of the water license, and BM Ross did it last time in 2016. So they're just providing us with an update based on the 2016 plan in place. So I'm working with BM Ross on that. And Catherine's helped me with the numbers on the financial side of things there, because it is very, very number oriented there. So number 11, Jacob's contract. This is an interesting one. Jacob's contract comes due in 2021. So we'll have to look at whether council or whether there's an option to extend the contract, or whether we as a municipality want to issue a new tender and begin the process to see how we want to do that. So I've in the process, I'm going to touch base with Jacobs in the next little while and get just to have an initial meeting with them. And then at some point, I'll bring forward a report to council, and we can have a discussion on how we want to proceed with the water contract in the municipality. So that'll take place in the next little while. Aqua and the township will be presenting a report to Frank Cowan, our insurance company. We did have the UV system at the Lucan water treatment plant fail this summer. I brought forward some information on that. We had a power surge, and we lost a couple of circuit boards, and after all the repairs were made, it ended up being about $27,000 in that repair. So I did contact our insurance company, and they said, please put that together in a report, and they'll review it and see if we can apply an insurance claim there. So hopefully we'll see how that goes. The township has been able to supply BM Ross with the needed data to complete the master servicing plan. I believe that's on schedule. We're looking at that in December, January. That's going to fit in with the official plan that's getting updated. So the two of them, those two projects are working side by side through the fall, and hopefully that comes about in December, January. North Middlesex is preparing to start the Denfield water main. You'll see if you drive down there, they actually got they got barrels out there right now. They've started doing some test holes. So that's just for an information for everybody that they're starting out there. Phase 1 Assumption, I think this has been on deck for about the last 6 months. I'm still working on one remaining issue. The hope and the desire is to get this settled and before the end of the year, and we can assume the first section of phase 1 of Old Clover. So that's still in the works, and we're getting really close on that. Public Works has started to prepare a list of possible capital projects. Obviously, Catherine sent that message out. Again, if anybody has any, especially on roads, everybody has an idea or something out there, please reach out to me. This is the time to present anything that you see out there that you would like to include in the capital budget, and it's not so much included in the capital budgets; it's included in the talks of the capital budget. So the MECP, this is great news. I think we has cleared the way for the plan of the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. So we're having a meeting with all parties, including Stuart on the official plan, including Catherine on the financial side of things. We're looking at bringing a whole bunch of people together to look at the timeline of this, so we can bring this information back to council, so that we can have a better idea what the budget numbers are for 2021 and how we want to move forward what council's desire is to move forward on expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. So that's happening. That's happening right now. So hopefully council gets some information there, and we can start making plans for 2021. And number 18, this is really good news. The scaled back version of the Saintsbury line was sent back to the MTO for review. For the traffic lights, I have great news. I was actually talking to Lavis today, and they're going to start pulling equipment in this week. And the road, Saintsbury is going to close up next Tuesday, and they're going to start breaking the road up and putting the storm sewer in. So I think we can exhale. It's happening. It's happening. So tomorrow, said one of the first things we're going to do is communicate to the people in the area, especially some of the businesses, that the road closure is going to fall into place, and just kind of give them an update on what's happening there. So yeah, so that's great news. I know I gave you a lot of information. If anybody's written anything, questions on any of those things, please let them go. I'll be quiet now.
You're going to need to run into the break room for some more water, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any questions on that extensive and comprehensive list? Dave, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Jeff, something must be going on at your house you don't want to go back to. Anyways, the work, I saw the pylons there at Sainsbury and 4 there. So traffic lights, when are they proposed to be installed and going up?
So
not sewer, but yeah.
And through the mayor, deputy mayor, the idea, and Chris is pushing this because obviously it's a county road. So the goal is to get the storm water in, because we need the storm water in the ground. And so the goal is to get Saintsbury basically the storm water in. Depending how far they get on Saintsbury, it'll depend a lot on the weather. And then the traffic lights or the intersection itself will be in the spring. That's really the goal there. So yeah, basically, yes. And we'll see how that plays out.
Well, that's good, because it's funny, that needs to be done. The community's only worried about one thing. So because we'll definitely get asked, they'll probably be posting saying traffic lights are being installed next week with that work. But I'm just, anyways, but that's good to know that spring next year will be the goal of the traffic lights. It's just the initial start.
Yeah, and we're still hoping the goal is to have things finished by Bacon Fest. That's the goal. So.
Any other questions or comments on Jeff's report? Okay, can I just get a motion to accept that for information, please? Councillor Mastarakis and Councillor Westman. And all opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks for all of that, Jeff. You had a full slate tonight, so thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, it's definitely a busy time. I don't, and anyways, it is what it is.
Well, that's the nature, right? So no, thanks for that. All right, Paul, Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first report here is in regards to rink board advertisement. As you can see in the report, I've displayed the usual average revenue of the year for advertisement. Obviously, with advertisement, it's based upon the amount of time and demographic of people that will be coming into your facility. Obviously, with our limit with COVID-19, the amount of people being able to attend our facilities, the amount of time that they can spend here, it's not as appealing. With that being said, many of the other municipalities have not been charging for rink board advertising this season because of exactly that. But I just wanted to put it to council to have the discussion that one way we can support local businesses, which a lot of our advertisements are, is to leave the rink boards up for the season at no charge, as there's also an invested cost in putting those stickers up. You want to support the community, but taking them down, you're ruining a perfectly good sticker that you have to pay to replace. Obviously, we have backups here, but we don't want to needlessly use them if we don't need to. So with that being said, we're hoping that council will instruct us to not charge for rink board stickers this year and leave the rink board stickers in place in the current state.
Okay, I think there's a motion in here. Any discussion on that? Councillor Regan.
I just have a quick question, Paul. Is there a business in town that doesn't have anything up there that we might put up there if we're not charging?
Possibly. There are some local businesses that don't. A lot of them do. There would be a cost to printing and installing that ad.
Okay, no, I just didn't want anybody to be left out. That's all. I just thought if there was space and we were going to do that, and for promoting business, we might, reach out to a business that is not on there already. Just a thought. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
The one thing, if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, with regards to that, I agree it would be a good opportunity, but at the same time, the idea that they're not going to have as much exposure is that it's not really going to be that great of advertisement for them. It's mostly just to kind of support the local businesses who continually rent the space, that they're not going to incur an additional cost later on.
Can we, could this be something that maybe can be tagged COVID and be included in our accounting for COVID losses and that sort of thing? Yep. Perfect. And I believe that there is, yes, yeah, there is a motion in our package, so we can deal with that later.
Moving on to my next report in regards to public skating. I know at the previous meeting, council had challenged staff to kind of look at different ideas and concepts that we could still provide that service. So going back and forth with Abby and myself, we kind of came up with the idea that some of the allotment of ice that can't be used this year by our user groups, or that just simply isn't because it's later at night or during the day, we could allocate time slots for pre-registered time slots. So that takes care of our COVID tracing and tracking, as well as maybe even advanced payments, so we don't have to worry about cash changing hands. So there's another additional risk. So we propose a few sessions during the day, during the week for the seniors and moms and tots. It would really be first come, first serve, limit to 18 skaters at a time for each hour block, as that's how we allocate our dressing rooms right now. We have a max capacity of 9 per room, and it just helps with the flow for hour per hour. As well, we would charge ideally for $5 per skater, as that would help offset some of the additional cleaning costs that we incur during the day.
Okay. Any discussion on that? I think if you guys think that you can manage it, I would think that we would support that. So. Okay.
Other than that, just I know has anyone seen? It's late. As everyone may have seen already, there is a post in regards to our center ice this year. Myself and my staff, when we were painting the ice, we had a long, hard talk, and we kind of thought, what can we do to kind of help support a lot of the mental health discussions that have been going on in our community over the past year. And if you've noticed, we now have a bright green ribbon, center ice, to just continue the conversation and continue all the good work that our community's done to support mental health and make awareness.
Yeah, and I know I texted you when I first saw that, and I just want to congratulate you guys for doing that. It really, it's incredibly sharp. It's very powerful, and I think that, as you say, all the conversations that started last year will only continue. So, good work by you guys. Okay, any questions, comments for Paul? Okay, moving on. Lisa looked after her report. Oh, okay. Yeah. Councillors' comments. Deputy Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I reached out to Francis on my non-answer to your question. So I've got a better non-answer for you.
Oh.
So on the recyclables for beverages. So I'll just read it so everybody knows. We won't know until the draft regulations are released later this month. The intent is to provide the producers of alcohol beverages the same options as other beverage producers. The Beverage Association readily admits that they will not be able to meet their diversion targets with the blue box alone because only 40% of their beverages are consumed at home. They are seriously looking at implementing deposits to meet their targets. If that is the case, Beer Store and LCBO will also not be able to meet their targets with the blue box alone. More to follow. So.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Welcome.
Any other comments from council? Just had a couple things. We received the annual report from the Ontario Ombudsman. I will leave it on the media table if anybody wants to read it. I'm sure you can download it too, but if you prefer an actual physical book, then I'll leave it on the media table and you can take it for your reading pleasure. I also wanted to, again, I guess I should have done it during Paul's report, but last week, MLPS was out with their mobile swabbing unit for COVID, and Paul and his staff were a great support to them with being able to manage the flow of traffic, and they initially helped with some very initial pre-screening before paramedics got there, but certainly it was well received. They performed, I think, 120 swabs they did that day, and this is their second week out in communities, and then they're going to kind of look at the last 2 weeks and see what worked, see what didn't work, and I imagine that they'll be back out in the communities again. So just wanted to say, keep watching for further announcements. I think everybody needs to remember, excuse me, that they're going to be in Komoka and Ilderton this week. And if you have symptoms, you can go there. You don't need an appointment. You don't have to live in the community. So it's like any other assessment center. You can access the swabs if you need it. But with the mobile unit, it's first come, first serve. So, and I think that was all I had at this point. Yeah. Okay, changes to budget. Notices of motion. Okay, we will do our motions then. So resolved that the council authorizes Daniel Regan and Lisa DeBoer to attend the 2020 virtual Municipal Agriculture, Economic Development and Planning Forum hosted by Huron County on November 18th and 19th, 2020 at a registration cost of $60 plus HST each. Mover and seconder for that, please. Deputy Mayor Manders, Councillor Westman. All opposed? And that's carried. Resolved that the council authorizes the manager of public works to accept the tender for the Hodgins Drain Branch B from Robinson Drainage in the amount of $109,406.60, including HST, and award same upon a final reading of the bylaw. Mover and seconder. Councillor Mastarakis and Councillor Regan. And all opposed? And that's carried. Resolved that council directs staff to prepare a bylaw for council to review that protects the right-of-ways of the township. A mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Regan and Councillor Westman. All opposed? And that's carried. Resolved that council directs staff to implement the augmented winter programming as outlined in report number PR 14-2020 at a rate of $5 per person, including HST for the winter 2020-21 season. Mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Manders, or Deputy Mayor Manders, and Councillor Regan. And all opposed. And that's carried. Resolved that council accepts the recommendation of the Parks and Rec manager as presented in report PR 13-2020 at the October 6, 2020 council meeting. And a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Westman and Councillor Mastarakis. And all opposed. And that's carried. Resolved that if no one cares to speak to these bylaws on their first, second, and third reading, that they be considered to have been read a first time and passed, read a second time and passed, read a third time and passed, and that they be numbered 45-2020 temporary road closure bylaw for Remembrance Day, and 46-2020 the confirming bylaw. A mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Westman and Deputy Mayor Manders. And all opposed. And that's carried. And I expect to see all hands up for this, that the council meeting be adjourned at 10:39 p.m. A mover and seconder for that. Councillor Westman and Councillor Regan. And all opposed. And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think we set a record. I can't remember the last time a council meeting was this long. Thank you for your patience. Great work tonight, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.